The 4-minute walk took me a little longer than that, which doesn't mean to say that I'm not entirely supportive of being here. I am.
From the mythical, discussed possibility that was never going to be an eventuality, that has no budget and has gone no further thing that then took 2 days in the media. Let's not go there. Welcome everyone, welcome councillors, to our staff, to members of the public. It's great to have you all here.
And could we add Councillor Watson?
I'm not going to welcome Councillor Watson. We're not there yet, Councillor.
Welcome, Councillor Watson.
I'm not going to welcome Councillor Watson because he's not here. We specialise, for anyone new to council business, we specialise in mythology and imagined. We now move on to apologies. So, Councillor Walker, would you like to move?
Happy.
Apologies from councillors that are there that I can't read.
Consider it done.
Just move it down. Councillor Brewer, Councillor Cooper, Councillor Quacks, and Clove.
For John Walker
and
for
Lee,
lateness.
and Watson, and
Brown.
Sir John for lateness. Anyone else? No? Councillor Walker will move that.
Bill and Denise are downstairs. They must be coming up now.
Okay,
Councillor Cashmore's with the Mayor, I think.
Councillor Cashmore and Councillor Crum for lateness. We'll add those in. Councillor Walker's moved. I'm happy to second. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Any declarations of interest on any of these issues? No. And the minutes of the 16th of April. I'm happy to move those.
I'll second that.
Seconded, Councillor Wood.
Yep.
All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Carried. There's no petitions, but we've got public input. So we've got, first of all, we've got Karen Wilson on behalf of Te Aka Tai on the Puanui structure plan, and then we've got Penny Bright. So kia ora and welcome, Karen. Good to have you here. We've already welcomed you, John, but warm welcome. Karen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tēnā koutou. E mihi tēnei ki ngā mema o te kaunihera o Tāmaki Makaurau. E mihi tēnei hoki ki ngā mema o te Poari Māori. Tēnā rā tātou katoa. Madam Chair, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the committee today and can assure you that I don't intend to take up any more time than is required. I see you have a very fulsome agenda that needs to be addressed. So I'll make a start. Te Aka Tai Waiōhua is one of 13 iwi hapu who are part of the Ngā Mana Whenua o Tāmaki Makaurau Collective Redress Deed. I'm the chair of the Te Aka Tai Waiōhua Iwi Authority, and the Iwi Authority has mandate to settle Te Aka Tai Waiōhua's treaty claims. Also the chair of the Pukaki Māori Marae Committee, which is responsible for the day-to-day business of the running of the marae. Of note, Madam Chair, the Pukaki Māori Marae Committee were also signatories with other parties to the Eastern Access Agreement, which is known across this committee, which was signed with the then Manukau City Council. That in itself is, in our view, the catalyst to what is the Puhanui structure plan. We understand that the last update to this committee occurred in October 2014, and at that time there was a lot of work being progressed, which we had much trepidation in, specifically around the Māori lens and how that was being captured within the project. Fast forwarding to today, item 12 on the agenda for today is the update on the Puhanui structure plan, starting from page 29. What we'd like to indicate to the committee today is that some good progress has been made from our perspective in that cultural arena. I'd also like to indicate, to give credit where credit is due, in the executive summary of that report, specifically paragraph 9, we endorse and support the commentary made there. Also, from our perspective, in the Māori impact statement, paragraphs 26 to 28, we endorse and support the commentary that's been made there. From our perspective to the committee, this work that is being done specifically in the Māori arena will potentially produce significant aspirational outcomes for Te Aki Tai Waiohua, mana whenua, Auckland Council in fulfilling their treaty obligations, and Māori outcomes. We're very excited that our relationship and values of our ancestral lands contained within this project can finally be effectively expressed and reflected through the planning process and cultural landscape mapping. We make no bones about the fact it's a large piece of work and it's a daunting piece of work. We give credit to where credit is due, and that's to Penny Pirrett and her team that we have been working closely with. Both parties have found this to be a lot of work. I understand that the committee, Madam Chair, is always concerned about the progress that is being made, so I'm here also to ensure that you have some comfort around the fact that the Heritage Report has been produced and our cultural map is well in train. We feel optimistic as to the results. We look forward and look to participating in how this work that's been completed will translate itself into policies, zones and rules, given our work to date. As no doubt other parties, we do have concern that we express now as to how roading connections and upgrades required to support infrastructure, namely for in and around the airport, and other development will present in this space. We are keen to ensure that they do not further compromise Te Aki Tai values and our collaborative work to date. In conclusion, Madam Chair, I refer back to the Eastern Access Agreement, which, as I've referred to, was the catalyst for this piece of work. This has previously been discussed at this committee, and so we are seeking, in conclusion, an update and ultimately Auckland Council's position in reflecting what its original intentions were and its commitment through the agreement. Thank you for your time.
Good, thank you very much. It's appreciated. It certainly did raise a lot of questions at the last update, and it's really appreciated to have many of those clarified for us. Thank you. Any questions?
I'd be happy to move and
You're
thank
happy to
Karen
move,
for the
thanks?
presentation. Yep.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
I'll second
to
it.
that?
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Wood, any questions?
No, very clear. Very clear.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried.
Thanks,
Karen,
Karen.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good, Karen.
Great. Hey, how you going? Nice
Okay.
to start with
Up
something
okay.
positive.
Up okay.
I am so nice to start with something positive.
Well, it's also, I think,
few
an
weeks.
acknowledgement to the team who
Busy,
took those
so.
challenges on board and who worked through them in a way that I think, looking at some of the other areas that we're tackling, I think we can learn a lot of lessons in how we've been stewarded through this process. And I just acknowledge the patience and commitment of Chakatai Wairoa. So we'll move on to Penny Bright. Penny, welcome again, twice in 3 days.
Unpaid. Thank you, councillors. What I want to know is why have there not been man on the moon headlines about the fact that currently in the Auckland region, according to the 2013 census, there is over a city's worth of empty private sector houses. Over 22,000 houses are sitting empty in the Auckland region. They obviously have not been bought to be occupied by the buyer, or they wouldn't be empty. They have not been purchased to be rented by those who bought them, or they would not be empty. 22,000 empty houses in the Auckland region, while other Aucklanders are living in garages, caravans, cars, or sleeping in Queen Street on the street. How on earth is that right? And that was from an Auckland Council report on the census. So we have a housing crisis with 22,000 empty houses, and then we have this bubble and fluff myth that there's an extra 1 million people coming to Auckland, which I challenged in a petition which was accepted by the Social Services Select Committee and resulted in an inquiry. And the report of that Social Services Select Committee said, the Social Services Committee has considered petition 2011-64 of Penelope Mary Bright, requesting that Parliament decline to proceed with the Housing Accords and Special Housing Areas Bill until the lawfulness of the reliance of Auckland Council on the New Zealand Department of Statistics' high population growth projections instead of their medium population growth projections for the Auckland Spatial Plan has been properly and independently investigated, taking into consideration that both Auckland Transport and Watercare Services Limited have relied upon medium population growth projections for their infrastructural asset management plans. We have heard and received evidence from the petitioner, but note that the matters she raised have been addressed publicly by the Auckland Council in statements posted on its website and issued to media. The Auckland Council's Chief Planning Officer has said that while Auckland may not grow by 1 million people by 2041, the high growth projection, Auckland Council is preparing for it. The city has historically met the high growth projection, and therefore it is therefore prudent for the council to plan accordingly. He said that the city needs to be prepared for, and infrastructure needs to be able to cope with growth. He pointed out that the unitary plan, which is part of the Auckland Spatial Plan, sets out only rules for development. We understand that actual development would be undertaken only in response to demand. Regarding the use of alternative projections for higher and lower growth scenarios, we note that the Council's Chief Planning Officer has also said it is prudent for the Council to provide for the highest likely population growth and at the same time to be cautious to avoid overinvestment, etc. The Mayor of Auckland has also said that using the high growth projection was the appropriate thing to do, and the council should not be too conservative in their assumptions for population growth. We consider that the response to this issue provided by the council appears reasonable and therefore have no matters to bring to the attention of the House, and that was signed by the Deputy Chair, Melissa Lee. My response to that was, I didn't ask whether or not it was reasonable, I asked whether or not it was lawful. Under the law, spatial planning must be evidentially based. I said to the MPs by telephone conference, I said, what is the point of you MPs making the law if you do not follow it yourselves? Now, what concerns me is that this bubble and fluff extra 1 million people coming to Auckland has generated the special housing areas, which has acted in Tamaki as the means not to regenerate communities, but to dislocate and ruin, wreck, put a bulldozer through communities as state housing tenants are being forced out. Now we have the Tamaki Redevelopment Company, which morphed from this project that was supposed to help make things better for state housing tenants and improve their houses, blah, blah, which some tenants picked straight away was actually going to be a form of ethnic cleansing of tenants, and they have been absolutely right. That is the situation. who is going to benefit from this? The transfer of 2,800 Housing New Zealand properties to the Tamaki Redevelopment Company? Those property developers who've been licking their slobbering chops over that prime real estate in Tamaki for quite some time. And where it gets really dodgy is that the question is how many National Party MPs are investing in property in Auckland. Because there is a register for pecuniary interest for MPs, these things can be tracked. How many of the select committee members on the Social Services Select Committee that said it was reasonable to accept high population growth projections are ones who are investing in Auckland property? Where is the register of pecuniary interest for you elected representatives, for the boards of CCOs, for executive staff of Auckland Council and CCOs when it comes to property? How can we follow the dollar and make sure that you people are doing things in a way that benefits the public majority unless we have this transparency? And I'm letting you know that is one of the things that I will be doing is I will be seeking a law change so there is a mandatory requirement for local authority, elected representatives and staff and CCOs, boards and executive staff to complete a full mandatory register of pecuniary interest so we can see that there isn't nest feathering going on and these changes that are happening to the Auckland region being pushed by people who are actually not, in my view, working in the interests of the public majority. And as I finish, I'd just like to advise you, I was contacted by Parliament yesterday and I have been invited by the Local Government and Environment Select Committee to give a 20-minute presentation at Parliament next Thursday to my petition calling for an urgent inquiry into the alleged failure of the local government commissioners to carry out due diligence and exercise their statutory duties arising from the Local Government Act regarding the Wellington draft reorganisational proposal. And I will be giving facts and evidence about the proposed efficiencies that this forced amalgamation, this Auckland super city, how, well, to use the vernacular, how it has been basically a crock for the public majority. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny. As usual, if there are questions, Councillor Casey, there are questions.
Penny, what was the report that you quoted from at the beginning about the 22,000 houses lying empty? You said it was an Auckland Council report.
Yes. What I will do, Councillor, I have a spare copy here which has got the links to these reports and I request that it be appended to the minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah. So it's here. Okay.
Just, councillors, on that issue, under the Auckland Housing Office and in conjunction with some of the other parts of council, we are working really hard on, and hopefully to the next Auckland Development Committee we'll have an update on all of the wider issues around the affordable housing challenge, some of which are ours, some of which are governments, some of which are the community sector, some of which are private sector issues, and as yet council has absolutely no leverage around ensuring that people live in people's investment properties. But the point that Ms Bright makes is a very, very good one. 22,000 houses standing empty should not be of no concern to us. Question, Councillor Wood?
Well, does this include batches of seaside batches that people have, their second home?
Not to my understanding, but the link to the report is there. But it's just, to me, unbelievable when we have all this talk of housing crisis, that figure is not out there.
We're not a star on this kind of bureau, are we? I mean, we can't do
Okay, Councillor Wood, that's not a question.
What is it?
No, we can't start discussing a report that we don't have in front of us. Ms Bright has raised the issue. It's an entirely valid issue, and I think as we talk about our affordable housing, all the challenges around homelessness, emergency housing and affordable housing, it's a really valid issue to include in the discussion. discussion, and I'd like us to do it when we've actually got it in front of
Well,
us.
if she comes back with any further information, can we be
We
circulating that?
absolutely will. We'll
Well,
make sure
I've
the
already
links are
provided the link,
circulated.
Councillor.
Just, Penny, to make sure that you're aware and it's on the public record, councillors do fill out a register of interest. Now, it isn't mandatory, I understand. Some of us do. There are still councillors who don't, but it would be absolutely appropriate, I'm sure, if members of the public ask for that, for it to be publicly available, as the public have a right to understand what we own and what we don't own. So.
Well, yeah, and interests. And the other thing, last point on that, there's been a huge fuss internationally about beneficial ownership of trusts, because you know, how can things be hidden so they're not as transparent as they could be? Beneficial owners of trusts, in my view, should very much be part of that. Just letting you know.
Sadly, yeah, legislation, not ours. We're the subject to it, but
You need some legislation.
go for it on that one. Thank you. I'll move that Ms Bright be thanked and seconded by Councillor Casey. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you, Penny. We now move on to members. I thought it would be useful at this stage. We've got, under local board input, we've got our chair and members of the Waitakere Rangers local board to talk on the Pataroa Road tree, and then I'm going to move that we bring the item forward so that we
Happy to second.
hear from, thank you Councillor Walker, that we hear from our local board and then discuss the item. So Sandra and team, welcome.
Yeah. Are you going to put the item or?
No, this is the local
Oh, the
board.
precedence.
No, not yet. We're just going to hear, just calm down, Councillor Walker. You had your rolled oats this morning.
That's a bit patronising.
Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher, we didn't include in standing orders yesterday that we weren't allowed to bring some levity into the meetings. You are well known for making your wise and humorous quips from the side, and I think the chair is probably allowed to during the day. Otherwise, I think we may well lose the will to live and gnaw our own hands off rather than come to meetings. So, Councillor Coney, Chairperson Coney, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing the item forward, because this is our day when we have our workshops and business meeting of the local board, so that will help with that as well. Thank you very much. I'd just like to introduce the members of the Waitakere Rangers local board who are here, although I'm sure lots of you already know us. At the end is Saffron Toms, who is our environmental portfolio holder. Then we've got Greg Pressland, who does most of our RMA type work. Then Neil Henderson, who is the Waitakere Rangers heritage area portfolio holder, and myself as the chair. So we've put together a presentation and Greg's going to present that. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's relatively, hopefully, and I'll go through it fairly quickly. First off, perhaps context, that's a photograph of some kauri at Pataroa, probably about 100 metres away from the particular tree in question. These are quite magnificent specimens up on a ridge, and hopefully they will be there for many years to come. First of all, we would like to respond to the very detailed report that's been prepared, and there's one aspect that we would like to just clarify, if you'd like. Paragraph 21 of the report states that no comments were received by the processing planner from the board about the application for number 42, which was the first application. Generally, the practice is that we are provided copies of applications and associated documents where certain trigger points are met. And on this particular occasion, the trigger points weren't met. It may be that we were advised in a spreadsheet which is delivered weekly about the application, but it would have been one line and perhaps 400 different lines of data. And I've checked my records. I have no recollection of even having received it. But in terms of the volume of data that we receive, That is one reason why there wasn't comment made on this particular application. And I should also note that we were told by locals early on about this application, and a number of us took a great deal of interest. And there was considerable email traffic between us and different officers about the application, including emails from myself and from the chairperson. We raised the concerns the locals had about the lack of notification, and we certainly urged that notification should have occurred in this case. We're worried about the comment because it perhaps creates the wrong impression that we didn't show interest in the first application, where we believe that that's not the situation. If I could comment about the terms of reference that the council's decided to conduct this review, and can I suggest that the terms are limited? I've put the wording up on the screen. Was the specific and sole purpose of identifying matters that could be improved in processes and to be included in submissions concerning the RMA review. So it was a very targeted review of what has happened. And can I suggest that the real issue that council has to address at some stage is how do we protect mature kauri and rimu and stop this happening in the future? And that discussion needs to happen. There are two particular aspects about this application I'd like to draw the committee's attention to. The first one is the failure to publicly notify the application, and the second one is the decision to allow close to the maximum amount of area to be cleared so that the proposed houses could be constructed. In relation to the failure to notify, I appreciate that legislative changes and the dominant political will from Wellington is that notification should occur less and less. But in this particular situation, there were two senior barristers and the local board urging notification, and I've read the report. I appreciate the issue is much more technical than this, but it is hard to understand how the felling of these two trees could not or could be considered to have an environmental effect that was no more than minor. In relation to vegetation clearance, the unitary plan allows as a discretionary activity for the clearance of no more than 300 square metres of land for a building platform in this particular area. The assessment criteria requires the clearance to be carried out in a way that avoids high quality vegetation and locates in lower quality vegetation. And it's got the rider that having regard to the reasons for which the vegetation is protected, clearing should take place in areas which avoid vegetation on the site, which may have greater significance than other vegetation. And again, text from the unitary plan, the discretion that the council will exercise is in two specific areas. It's the area of vegetation cleared and the suitability of the proposed platform for a dwelling. So council does have a discretion to allow less than 300 square metres. The layout and consent, in this particular case, because of the layout that was adopted, the need for a driveway was avoided and the area cleared could be maximised for the use of the house. If in this case council had said that less than the areas allowed were to be cleared, then both trees could have been saved. And the one point that I would make about this, the exercise of the discretion in this case, is that the starting point seemed to be that 300 square metres was a permitted amount, whereas it was a maximum. There's been discussion about how we could have protected these and similar trees by scheduling, and there's two basic problems with that proposal. The first one is that in Titirangi there are very few notable trees. The forest is so dominant that no tree of their own right, or very few trees of their own right, stand out, so they probably wouldn't meet the criteria. And the second one is the process is onerous. There was a recent application to schedule various trees under Plan Change 41. 188 trees were protected, took 4 days of hearing, 94 submissions, arboreal examination of each of the trees. My very rough estimate is that in Titirangi and Langholm, there may be 100 trees in an average section. There are 1,500 sections. So if you wanted to protect each tree in Titirangi and Langholm, you need 150,000 arboreal examinations, and on a pro rata basis, 3,000 hearing days. So protection using this particular technique is just not practicable. We have concern about Kari dieback. There was no testing of the tree was conducted, and we think as a priority healthy Kari trees should be protected. And we are concerned at the proposal for mulching and spraying of the dead Kari on the site, with the possibility that Kari dieback could have been introduced into the watercourse in that way. In terms of political responses, I'm sure the council's aware of the variety of views from across the spectrum, and I have just two views there. The first one is from Helen Clark, and she said that it was extraordinary in this day and age that a permit would be given to fell a 500-year-old Kari tree. And from the opposite end of the political spectrum, Maggie Barry also expressed concern. She was surprised at the decision not to notify, and I've set out a quote from her in full in the bottom of that particular slide. But obviously she is also someone who is concerned that action should be taken to protect the Kari if at all possible. In terms of our proposals, and these proposals may form a unitary plan submission rather than something that can be advanced immediately. First of all, if the unitary plan rules were changed to require notification of the felling of mature Indigenous trees, then that could be one way that cases such as this notification occurred. We think there should be discussions with central government about the removal of blanket tree protection rules, particularly in relation to Kari, and particularly because they are facing the prospect of extension through Kari dieback. We suggest perhaps that there could be a second tier category of trees for notification purposes so that the processing criteria are made easier. Right now the process does seem to be far too rigorous to be practicable for out west. We believe there should be a review of the exercise of discretion in relation to siting of a building platform and also the size of the area cleared so that mature Indigenous trees are avoided. And finally, for local boards to perform our role properly, we do believe that we need access to proper planning advice. That, Madam Chair, is a picture of Tāne Mahuta, and we hope that many Titirangi Kari get the chance to go to the same old age.
So if I just might conclude, Madam Chair, there were just a couple of things we want to draw attention to. I think as a practice, it would have been good for the local board to have seen a draft report and could have picked up on matters in the report where we feel they do not accurately convey events. In the main report in your agenda, I'd just like to draw attention to the fact that it talks about 2 meetings between Mr Blakely and other members of the planning management with the chair and deputy chair of the local board. It was actually the chair, myself, and Greg Pressland, who is our RMA portfolio holder rather than the deputy chair. We're rather bemused at a few of the things in the report, and one of them I'd just like to draw attention to, and that is in Schedule 6 of the attachment. On page 63, it gives an example of the kind of schedules that are sent out to local boards with resource consent applications of the period. And both Mr Pressland and myself looked at this and thought that it looked rather different from the schedules that we receive, which have far less information, and I thought I would just bring along the latest one that had been sent to the board the 1st of May to the 8th of May, and so if I could table that, Madam Chair, and just pass that around so that members of the committee can see what the schedule actually looks like. And I must say the schedule has already had some improvements made of it because of this occurrence. So whereas previously it might say a tree or vegetation removal, it now does tend to specify the type of tree. The other thing that I just want to draw attention to, we're quite surprised in the attachment to see a report from Peter Anderson, who is an ecologist within the council, so a staff member, who conducted a peer review on a Boffa-Miskell report on the trees. And it contains a recommendation that the council should purchase these pieces of land. So it's on page 85 of the attachment. He writes, "It is highly recommended that councils, local parks and the Waitaki Ranges Local Board are approached to seriously consider an acquisition by purchase for reserve purposes with the landowner of both 42 and 44 Patiroa Road. This could be a possible alternative to the proposed development to permanently protect a smaller area of SEA and link it to a larger area of adjacent protected coastal forest." That was never brought to the attention of the board, Madam Chair. We were unaware, and the Parks Department were unaware, that there was a recommendation from a council officer that these lands be purchased and that the local board should pursue that. That particular report was written on the 1st of May 2014. Just an overall comment on the report. It seems to be aimed at saying if we improve the performance of the local boards, then that is all that needs to be done. And I would say that speaking for this local board, we welcome many of the improvements that are outlined in the recommendations of the report. But I don't think that further training for local board members is required. I can't see that further training would have made any difference in this case. I've done the Making Good Decisions RMA course, and Mr. Preslin is an RMA lawyer. And just to say that our role is really then not to make decisions or be RMA experts, but to convey community preferences. And in this case, we conveyed our community preferences many times, including, in my case, 4 times to the manager of the Consents Department. But all of these views that we conveyed were disregarded. I think in focusing attention on the local boards, the report writer has diverted attention from the real issue, which is how the performance and culture of the Consents Department can be improved so decisions such as Patiroa Road cannot happen again. So that's our presentation, Madam Chair. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thanks, Sandra and Greg and team. We'll take questions, but I don't want to get into the debate because we'll move into that once we've had the presentations and then we can discuss it in detail. So just questions for the board. Councillor Casey.
2 questions. The first question relates to the board's triggers. The word trigger has been mentioned a couple of times this morning. It's mentioned as one of the recommendations. Can you tell me what your trigger is for receiving more information than normal and how that trigger was arrived at?
Perhaps I can answer that. Actually, when I became the chair of this local board, the issue of triggers was not raised with me at all. I only knew about them from attending the local board chairs forum, so there doesn't seem to be a process for regularly asking local boards, especially after an election, what they want their triggers to be. So when we had the first application, 42 Patiroa Road, we just had some very general triggers. Because of the experience with the first Patiroa one, we asked to have a meeting with the Consents Department and we reviewed all our triggers and tightened up on them. So our triggers, I haven't brought them with me, but obviously one is any removal of Indigenous vegetation, any subdivision in the heritage area, and also any removal, demolitions of heritage or impacts on heritage sites. There may be others, but the most relevant one is obviously any Indigenous tree, which when the application for 40 Patiroa Road came along was in place.
So I think my question then is to the Chief Planning Officer about are there 21 different sets of triggers?
Well, I can't give you the exact number. We can check if you want to know what the exact number is.
I'm interested in the process by which they were arrived at, so I'll talk offline. My second question relates to training, and there's a recommendation in the report which we'll debate a bit later, which suggests training of local board members, training of resource staff, resource consent staff. Do you think if that training had taken place, the result in this case would have been different?
I'm certain it wouldn't have. I'm not an RMA expert, but I've practiced law for 30 years, and the extra training wouldn't have changed my performance or behaviour to the application. The need is for, the one urgent need that we do have is for assistance in processing these applications. Now we would get maybe 8 a week, and there's 4 or 5 inches worth of paper, and it's written in planning talk, so it's quite a specialised language. So the one bit of assistance that we could receive is to help to process and understand those applications.
Good.
Other questions, Councillor Wood?
Yeah, just going back to page 63, this is the advice you get in relation to weekly resource consent applications. Is there more to the report than that, though? Does it give you the addresses of the location? How do you locate these addresses?
Yes, if, so
Oh, I mean,
the one
yeah.
I've passed around will show that.
Yeah.
So yes, it does. I think they've taken out the addresses out of there, I think, for some reason.
Because, the port, I remember the one on the port, those extensions of the wharves, they did have, I think, it was a bit more to kind of give the address. I mean, so you have to advise what you're interested in, do you, as far as these? Or do you get the whole lot for your particular area?
So we've got 2 things happening. One is a schedule such as I've tabled and is being sent round, gets sent to all local boards once a week. And that schedule covers all applications for the whole region, and also any notified, which tend to be smaller number. You'll see in that one there's about 5. So we get that. But having set the triggers, then the consent staff have a process, which I'm not aware of the detail, which enables them to pick up. So if we've said one of our trigger points is any Indigenous native vegetation, then they've got a process by which they're able to identify any of those in our local board area, and they come to us with the complete application.
Okay, so because you haven't got, because you didn't have the right triggers, is that why you missed out on these ones?
We did have the triggers in place by the time of the second one, as I said, because we missed the first one, and then it was brought to our attention by members of the community, and then we picked it up and had quite a lot of communication with the consents department. But with them, that was when we had the meeting with the consent staff and set the triggers. And we said we'd give it 6 months because we realised we'd actually set quite a lot of triggers and see whether we were flooded.
So is that done locally? Is that a centralised processing activity?
Mr. Kimpton might be able to just tell you
I think
a bit
we
more.
might. So, Councillor, I think we've got a presentation from Roger Blakely and a presentation from Dean Kimpton about the process. So I think if we're talking about our processes, probably save that for here. We just want to clarify the key issues for the Waitakere Rangers local board.
Okay.
So I think
But just to let Councillor Wood know, there's these 2 parallel processes go on. So we've got whole applications coming to us according to the trigger points from the consent staff, and we get the schedule of every application in the Auckland region.
Okay, so you go, if you want to follow it up, you go to locally, or do you have to go back to the central?
We send an email to somebody, and I'm not sure where they are, and say we'd like to look at this one, and then they will then send the information on any of the additional ones.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Sure. I understand this issue about triggers and so on. Given that we're dealing with trees that are in a protected area, SEAs, the Waitakere Rangers heritage area, quite obviously we're looking at resource consents. Would it be helpful for the local board if the accumulation of trees being removed was in a specific database with a subset of that for the Waitakere Rangers, so that you would have a better trigger, but also so there was some recording of the cumulative effect? Because we know that the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment has identified the death by 1,000 cuts. Would that be helpful? And do you have any suggestions as to how that might happen?
I can answer this one actually.
That's a good question, and goes back to the suggestion that we had of having a little bit more help around dealing with this. If we had someone dedicated or some part-time dedicated around helping us to process this, because like you said, once we establish some triggers, we're going to be potentially looking at a lot of the stuff for those very reasons. We could be actually compiling that information ourselves, because it's particularly an issue for our local board, because we're dealing with something which is covered under a Heritage Area Act, and yet we don't have any blanket tree coverage.
Having said that, this is not just a matter for the local board, it's a matter for the council, isn't it?
That's correct, because it's Auckland Council's statutory duty to maintain the Heritage Area Act and monitor it, so this could be actually incorporated as part of the monitoring for that.
Okay, so I just signalled that as something that we need to look into, Madam Chair.
Can I just add to that, and I suggested this to Mr Blakely, that actually the Consents Department could do a bit of a report on which local boards are doing the most of this kind of work, because in talking to the chairs at the Local Boards Forum, I get the impression that there are particular boards that do a lot of this or have a need to do a lot of this, and there are other local boards that don't. So it would be worth looking at, over a 6-month period, for instance, which of the local boards looked at a lot of resource consents, because then we'd be very keen to see some resource directed at those local boards to assist in carrying out that particular role.
Let's pick that up. We'll pick that up in the item, Sandra. Okay, I think we've... Member Taipere?
Madam Chair, nui kia koutou I tēnei wā. This review comes from the trigger of Paturoa Road applications, and I understand it's about the future, and in terms of the review, I'm hearing you say that there are matters in that review that you refute, to use my own language. So that's, and you've offered suggestions in terms of the way forward for the future. But my niggling concern is, what's your position on the current trigger of Paturoa Road that initiated the review, and what is your expectation that was going to happen with that application, seemingly that the review says it's okay? So I'm keen to know from the board's perspective, is there any position that you take to address that application any further in that consent? Because it seems like it's been put to the side, yet it's the catalyst for the review, and I'm quite keen to know what the board is going to do about that, or thinks it can do about that, if it's going to do anything at all.
When you look at the report, what the report says is that the decision that was made was open to the person making the decision, and there wasn't anything that stood out as an error during that process. But the flip side of that is also that it was open to the person making the decision to make a different decision. That different decision wasn't made. So the council's made it, we expressed the community preference, which is the community preference was clearly to keep the trees. So clearly the Consents Department is not in step with community preferences around saving mature, native, indigenous forest. We're in a situation at the moment where the owner has said that he will not fell the trees, and I understand there's some sort of process going on which Mr Blakely might want to elaborate on to negotiate with the owner about an outcome. Would anybody else like to add anything in terms of what else we could do at this stage? I don't know that there is.
I think that's a good summary, actually, Sandra. I think there's a process underway between an independent mediator and the owner. But the discussion today is about the review of the process and what would be changed in the process to pick up the concerns raised. It's not a review of the consent. That's a subtle but important difference.
Sure, but the review has highlighted that, in what I could read, there were some changes being proposed, but the review, in my view, has highlighted that it was an appropriate process that it undertook.
So I'd
And-
like us to,
Well,
I know,
yeah, but-
yep, so
but-
I know Saffron wants to speak, but I just, we need to be really cognizant of the difference between the two, so I'd like to
But
pick
I am,
it
Madam
up.
Chair.
And you are, and I'd like to pick it up. We've got the presentation from Dr. Blakely and the presentation from Dean
But
Kilton.
it's the board I'm talking to.
And you can
I'll be definitely getting into the report, but I really need to understand what the board's saying, that's all. But I'm happy to hear more.
So Saffron? Okay.
Thank you for the question. I mean, I'm new in this role and in this organisation, but I'm clear that the feeling of this board is that the decision was wrong, the process was wrong, and I think one of the best pieces of evidence was raised by you, Mr. Taipere, in the last meeting when you asked specifically about the report to iwi and what that specified in terms of asking for iwi consent for the clearance, and in the clearance, what was specified was clearance of some native vegetation. So there, it's my belief that that letter was misleading, and therefore that information to do that led to the person making the decisions or the people making the decisions was actually inaccurate, and therefore the decision was wrong. And
Can I just add that we don't understand why our communications to the consents department weren't put in front of the principal planner or weren't put in front of the person making the decision. You know, I've drawn your attention, Mr. Blakely, to the numerous emails that we were sending to the manager of the consents department that somehow didn't make, and we were objecting to the process, we were arguing for notification, etc., and saying that the community wanted to save the trees, but somehow that did not get moved on in the consents department to the right person.
We'll pick it up when we'll pick it up in your part of the report. Yep. Okay.
Sorry, one
yeah.
last little thing, if that's okay. Just wanting to reiterate a point raised by Sandra earlier, that an ecologist actually recommended that Auckland Council buys this particular piece of land. And somehow that doesn't quite fit in with the effects on the trees there being less than, to not warrant notification. So it just seems that even within that process, there's this huge contradictions there. You've got a council ecologist who's recommending something, but it doesn't even seem to be noticed.
Respond to that.
Thanks.
Or do you, I'm just a little bit, So we're getting into the detail now. I think we've probably, thank you, board. I think we've probably gone as far as we can go. I think it is time that we start to get some of those questions answered. So thank you for the
Madam Chair and committee
presentation.
Kia ora.
Thank you. So, I will do that.
Do you want to move on second?
Yeah. Okay. So I'll move that we thank the Waitakere Local Board for their presentation. I've got Christine Fletcher to second that. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. So now Dean or Roger? Roger and team.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm joined with me today by Penny Pruitt, who is a member of the group of three of us that did this review, of which I was the chair. Catherine Anderson, the General Counsel to Council, was the other of the third. Unfortunately, she's had to apologise. She's not here today because of a prior immovable commitment. And so I have on my right Mike Moody, who is a member of Catherine's staff, so he can advise you on the legal issues which are part of this review. So I have a presentation which I'd like to take you through, and hopefully it just clearly hits the key points in the presentation. There are some operational points that Dean Kimpton would like to make after we've made our process. So he's carried out a process which is really looking at the operational level of this, which is different from the high level that we've been looking at. Could I have the next slide, please? Okay, so the terms of reference of the report, which you directed 2 months ago, in this committee. So what you asked me to do, in noting that the Chief Planning Officer is independent of the Chief Operations Officer, is to whether the process followed to make decisions on notification and the consent application met the statutory requirements. That was one part of it. The resolution of this committee made clear that the purpose of the review is not to say whether the decisions were right or wrong. That was not the purpose. The purpose of the review was twofold. One is what can we learn to improve future consent processes? And secondly, is there anything that has come out of this particular process that warrants Council making recommendations to the Government for amendments to the Resource Management Act? So to be very clear, that was what the purpose of this review is. It was not to review the actual decision, it was to look at what are the processes that might be improved as a result of this for the future. So the review team process, we reviewed a whole stack of documents. We were supported in that by a staff team comprising Warren McLennan, Erin Shields from the planning team and Mike Moody from the legal team. The team, which is myself, Penny and Catherine Anderson, met with Chair Sandra Coney and the RMA portfolio lead Greg Presland of the Waitaki Regional Local Board on 2 occasions, as Chair Sandra Coney said just before. The second of those occasions, or the first of those occasions, was right at the start of the process, and we invited the local board to give their ideas on the issues that we should be addressing. We also met with them near the end when we shared with them where we were getting to in terms of our conclusions and recommendations, and I must say that the local board's comments were very helpful, and we've endeavoured to pick up quite a few of those comments. We had a workshop with local board chairs to try and get the input of a range of local boards from across Auckland. We also had a meeting, our team met with a representative of Te Karoa Maki, and the report also will be shared with the CIA working group. This is the Cultural Impact Assessments working group, which includes both mana whenua representatives and council. So this is an aerial photograph of the site. This photograph is in the report, but it's only been copied in black and white, so it may have been difficult for you to pick up the detail of this. But just to highlight the particular points around this, there are 2 sites in question. This is number 40 Petaroa Road, this one here. This is number 42. And up here, so this is 40 Petaroa Road there and 42 there. The kauri tree in question is on number 40, and it's around that area there. So the resource consent applications for each site requested approval for a residential dwelling and garaging, vegetation clearance, services and stormwater management. There was a particular concern about the proposal to remove the 22-metre kauri tree at 40 Petaroa Road. And it's noteworthy that this area is within the Waitakere Ranges heritage area. There are specific district planning provisions, and that they obviously were part of what was taken into account in the decisions. The applications really highlight the inherent conflict or tension, if you like, between 2 factors. One is the landowner's reasonable right to construct a home on a vacant lot in the bush living zone. That's what the zone provides for. And on the other hand, the objective of protection of significant indigenous vegetation. And so there was a tension in this case, and the independent commissioner making the decision on notification clearly took those matters into account. So one issue was the right to construct a home provided for in the operative district plan in that bush living zone, provided the selected location of the house site has least adverse environmental effects. So that was the tension that the independent commissioner had to weigh up. So the notification decision made, and that was a non-notification decision. We reviewed that decision. We looked hard at all the evidence that was available and was that the commissioner was able to base the decision on. So our conclusion was that the process of appointment of the independent planning commissioner followed standard practice, that it was in accordance with the hearings committee policy. We noted that a different commissioner, different independent commissioner was used for number 40 and number 42, so there was a different person looking at each of those two sites. And in our view, the independent planning commissioner had the necessary information to make the notification decision. The next issue was the assessment of the resource consent applications. So for both of the applications, there were ecological reports prepared to assess alternative locations for the houses within the sites. And the conclusion was that the sites close to the road would cause less damage than a site at the rear of the property. And if I can maybe just go back and just emphasise this point by going back to this photograph here. So the point of concern, I'll start with one screen and go to the other one. So the point of concern was that the proposal was to have the site near the front of the section here to avoid the kauri tree. Otherwise, would have required a driveway down towards the back of the section. And the view was that would have created more ecological damage in terms of the loss of significant vegetation than the proposal which was in front of the independent commissioner. So the applications, as a result of that deliberation, were approved with conditions attached. So I'd now like to just take you through the issues that were raised in the context of this review and about the issues that were factors in this decision. So one issue was around kauri dieback. So this is widely prevalent in the Waitakere ranges. There have been hundreds of trees lost to kauri dieback in Titirangi area in the last 5 years, so we recognise it as a significant decision. The conditions included in the consent to avoid the spread of the disease. The tests are available to assess whether a tree is infected with kauri dieback. The Waitakere Ranges Local Board suggested to us that within this area where kauri dieback is prevalent, non-infected trees are more important, and the absence of disease would be a relevant consideration in protecting the tree. However, we noted there's no test to confirm that a living tree is resistant to kauri dieback. If a tree does not show external signs of the disease, that does not mean it's resistant or uninfected necessarily. So we consider there is a need to consider the value of such a test in resource consent process, which is one of our recommendations. So another set of issues was around the role of the local board. The key point here we considered was that council's governing body has not delegated any of its decision-making powers under the RMA to local boards. Rather, what council has done is it's developed a process which allows the local boards to provide comments on individual applications, and these can then be included in the planner's report, and then the decision maker is free to consider the local board's comments when making decisions. And we noted that for 40 and 42, summaries of applications provided to the Waitakere Ranges Local Board. We take the point that Greg Preston made that in one of those did not hit the trigger point, so we're not aware of the significance of the application. So one of our thoughts too is, in terms of recommendations, is ways that trigger process can be improved. So a point on this was that in regard to the local board submissions, the descriptions, in our view, did not clearly identify the effect of the proposals, like the removal of the kauri tree. And we acknowledge that the time for raising queries and providing response is short to comply with the statutory time frame, and that's a 20-day statutory time frame, which is obviously a New Zealand-wide requirement, and there's considerable pressure on resource consent processing to be done in as fast and streamlined a way as possible. And the consequences of that are that that the resource consents team and people who are part of the process, such as the local boards in this time, are being required to do things in a very fast way. We acknowledge that. So other issues raised include the role of iwi. Here we saw similar concerns to the local board issues. In our view, there was a lack of detail and clarity of the resource consent summaries which were sent to iwi groups. They could have been more clear and specific. There were letters sent to 7 iwi groups, and that was in relation to the proposal which included a removal of a 22-metre kauri tree, so that was identified. There were 5 responses received. The description of the development work and effects of that, in our view, were too vague to raise concerns. And so we recommend clearer summaries to local board and iwi, which would allow them to be better alerted to what the significance of a proposal is, and therefore better able to respond to that. Other issues raised included the question of resources, and so you just heard before from Chair Sandra Coney of the Waitakere Ranges Local Board about a request for an additional planner to review of resource consents received, which she indicated she thought could possibly be amongst a number of local boards that process a lot of consents in this area. We thought hard about this. Our conclusion was that the key point to our mind was that the council has not delegated responsibility for resource consents to the local boards. Their role is to be alert to issues which might have an impact on their local community and raise those concerns, so that the planner can then apply a planning expertise in terms of the advice that goes to the decision maker. So our view was that the issue that's been raised very well by the Waitakere Ranges Local Board is probably better dealt with by clearer summaries, better trigger mechanisms, a regular review of the types of consent applications which are sent to each local board, and we think if those processes work better, that should reduce the time that busy local board people like chairs and members need to spend on reviewing the documents that are sent out. So, Madam Chair, the recommendations, just to quickly go through them because they're in your paper. The first one was around reviewing how the resource consent applications are summarised and provided to local boards and iwi, giving clearer language and detail, establishing a process to provide better feedback to local boards. A good point also made by the Waitakere Ranges Local Board that they didn't get feedback on the outcome of the process that they'd made a significant number of comments on, and also feedback to iwi on applications where they've made comment. The second recommendation is that for the West Coast Resource Consents team, providing regular training and refreshers on the Waitakere Ranges Heritage Area and the Act, and how the activities in that area are managed, and the iwi statements within the operative district plan we all thought were important areas that training needs to be kept well up to date on. Third recommendation was around the relevant conditions to the Auckland Council Resource Consent Conditions Manual, which applies standard controls on development relating to Kauri dieback, like earthworks or vegetation, tree clearance. So we thought we need to make sure that the conditions in regard to Kauri dieback are clear, that there should be a service level agreement with the biodiversity operations and biodiversity teams in relation to the management of Kauri dieback and how that relates to consent applications as appropriate. And that would be an opportunity to address the issue that was raised also by the Waitakere Area Local Board about what tests might be possible in relation to the nature of whether trees are affected or resistant to Kauri dieback. Another recommendation was offer training to the local board members about the resource consents process. So I heard just a few minutes ago the Waitakere Ranges local board saying they don't think they need that training because they're already very proficient in this area, but that was actually a suggestion made by other local board chairs as part of the workshop that we had with local board chairs. Another recommendation there is work with local boards after each election to review the triggers that each local board has established, to confirm that those triggers identify the matters the local board has an interest in. That's one thing that's really come strongly out of this review, to my mind, is the importance of those triggers to facilitate the process of engagement of local boards. That we're recommending refer this report to the Cultural Impact Assessment Project Working Group for their information. And then our conclusion was that there is no specific recommendations from these two particular resource consents that warrant any recommendation to government about change of the RMA. Remember, we're just focusing on these two particular resource consents, but I'm sure that will be something that comes up in the questions and discussion. So in summary, just the overview of this is our review team of three has very carefully considered all of the evidence that we can get. Our conclusion is that due process was followed, that the decisions that were made were open to those making the decisions. In other words, we as I said at the start, we weren't there to make a judgment about whether they made the right or the wrong decision. Our question you asked of us to look at was due process followed? And the implication of that was that a reasonable decision that they could have come to in the light of all the evidence that's available? And our conclusion was that it was. So the recommended improvements that we're making to the process were resource consent application summaries, training for the West Coast Resource Consent Team, standard conditions on Kauri dieback, service level agreements with biodiversity operations and biosecurity teams, offering training to local board members, working with local boards after each election to review triggers, referring the report process to the Cultural Impact Assessment Project Working Group, and that we saw no particular issues that warrant recommendations to government on RMA reform. So, Madam Chair, I wonder if I could just pass over to my colleague Dean Kimpton, who might want to comment on some of the operational level issues which he's been looking at.
Okay, and then we'll take questions on the whole kit and caboodle.
Thank you.
Dean.
Sure. So what I thought was an appropriate opportunity is to talk about some of my reflections on what we've learnt as a result of this process. Not to the substance of the decision, not to the substance of whether the right decision was made around notification, and subsequently to the decision as to whether to grant or not, but what we learnt from looking at the documentation on the process that sat in behind that and what we can do better as a result. So I'd like to talk to that, and I will shortly, but there has also been a number of other matters raised which I thought would be useful to comment on, including the status of the current consent, the independent review, and potential acquisition. So I'll talk to those, but I'll talk to those after I've given my take on those internal processes. So what have I learnt? And like I said, once again, this is not the substance of the decision. This is what we need to do better together again, so that we can make we can ease up the process of considering and engaging with the community around resource consent applications. So the last month or so has allowed myself and a few others to look at what occurred in there and personal reflections on it, and these are my personal reflections. I've discussed them in part with some of the leadership, is the process that we undertook and the duration. It was clunky and it was long, okay? And some of those internal communications between parts of council wasn't as good as what it could have been. And there's a whole range of reasons around that, but I'm acknowledging that I think we need and can do better again. And that frustrated, you could see in the correspondence, that frustrated members of the community. You could see in the correspondence that frustrated the local board, and you could see in the correspondence that frustrated iwi, and it frustrated the applicant too. So in all of that, and keeping in mind, I'm not talking the substance of decision making, because the independent review has already found that that things were in order there. What will we change? And for me, that's part of the reflection. You've had a number of recommendations that Roger and the team have touched on, so we accept those recommendations, okay? What I'd like to add into that is just a couple of reflections. One is that we've already shared through finance and performance that the regulatory team, so I'm talking about building controls, resource consents, licence compliance, is looking systemically or holistically at how it does development approvals. And that we're putting that into place now. It's live work in the process. But what we've learned out of this experience builds into that. And quite simply, we'll take a more of an end-to-end approach on it. There'll be a case-managed approach, and we expect, as a result, things to be simpler and quicker. We have taken on board the feedback around clearer communication with local boards, iwi, and the community, and how we receive that feedback and incorporate it and make sure that it's clearly communicated. But I will touch on this application separately. And clearer language so that triggers are more clearly understood and that particularly ease the workload on local boards, that where we can, we more clearly identify matters that we know are of concern for them. Keep in mind, across Auckland, there's some 15,000 resource consent applications, and in the west, there's about 1,900 to 2,000. So there is a large volume, and I've got sympathy for all those involved in it, so we need to be able to do this more efficiently and more effectively. Whilst there's been some reflection from the local board around training, that is general feedback from local boards. They would like further training on the resource consent process, what they need to look for, how they need to engage with that. So it may be in this instance this local board doesn't feel that need because they're better informed, but that is something we'll do with local boards as a general principle, and I think that was a good recommendation. Likewise for the local staff, particularly in these areas where we've got areas of SEAs, or in this case the Waitakere Heritage Protection Area. So those are comments that I want to make. I don't want to repeat all the recommendations that Roger has made, except that we acknowledge in this instance the application took too long. We're addressing that. The internal comms and escalation of issues didn't happen as well as I'd like it to. We understand that, and it was a clunky process, so I want to acknowledge that, and that's the purpose of me speaking specifically to that issue. There has been a few other matters raised which I thought were useful to touch on, and I'll start off first of all with the independent review. So there's two reviews, one that Roger and team have led, thank them for that. The other one was, I felt that irrespective of what the findings of that were, there was a case for having somebody independent, in this case Janet Clues, who's well known to that part of the community, to have a look and say, well, sure, we've got a consent, consent's been granted, but we've got to break down the relationships between the community and the landowner. What does the way forward look like? And so Janet's role there is to start stepping through that and identifying how we might come together. And if we can, what does that look like? And if we can't, acknowledging and understanding that. So I'm not creating false hope here, but it's very important that we step through that and with an objective of coming to some agreement. There's been discussion around acquisition. The purpose of that process that Janet's leading, the independent review, is not to figure out what the price of that land is. There are some 1,200 lots in that area that are currently vacant, and if we start buying one, we're theoretically up for another 1,200, and if you apply that principle across Auckland, it is an unaffordable solution. So I'm not recommending that on behalf of council, and I was quite consistent on that in the early days of this particular issue. If other parties figure out how to get to that, then of course we will consider that, but I'm not recommending that for council or for the local board. And I've given you the context as to why I think that's not an affordable response. There was some question around were the local board concerns heard and how was that reflected through the independent commissioner. And I just thought it's worth touching on those. The local board, so on there's two lots, number 40. On number 40, concerns of neighbours, there was another lawyer and the local board were communicated to the independent commissioner. That information was available to them in the decision making around notification and granting. And on number 42, Mark Bellingham, Michael Savage, the local board and neighbours were also provided. So that feedback was provided as I've been advised. The last one is the status of the current consent. As before, we're quite clear, the consent granted stands. And, but the owners have agreed that to go and figure out what they want to do, and they've agreed to go through this independent review process with Janet Clues. So they want to work with the community, see if they can come to a landing. Nothing at this stage that we've heard through the independent review or legal review suggests the process was flawed. It was fraught, but not flawed. Judicial review is a possibility, and I've heard that discussion from time to time, and if that's the case, then we'll cooperate fully with it. But nothing has materialised at this point in time. So that's the end of my comment, and happy to take questions on that in the course of the discussion.
Okay, so I'd like to deal with questions first, and then we'll move on to the recommendations, and I've got another recommendation to add to that. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, officers. Could we have the picture of the aerial of the site up there, please? Now, if I'm not mistaken, to the right, we're looking at the Manukau Harbour. You right? Yeah. So what I haven't seen is any mention or emphasis that this property and those trees are growing in the coastal environment. And there's two significant aspects to that. Kauri growing so close to the sea, ecologically speaking, is extremely rare, only metres from the high tide mark. The other aspect of it is, because of its location, it is in the coastal environment, which means it triggers Part 2 of the Resource Management Act, Section 6, matters of national importance, including inappropriate subdivision and development in the coastal environment, a matter of national importance. So I think the lack of emphasis or acknowledgement of that is quite significant in the circumstances. Thank you.
Oh, that, Councillor Lee.
Did we get a response?
Well, we just need to, I was just waiting to see if Ms Pirrett did want a response, remembering that we are looking at the lessons learned on how to work through these consents. We're not reviewing this particular consent. But Ms Pirrett, do you wish to respond to that?
I suppose I wasn't responding because it seemed to be more of a statement than a question. The Kauri tree is located 3 sites away from the coastal edge, but it is close to the Manukau Harbour. The reason why the whole of the Waitakere Ranges is identified as an SEA is because of the ecological significance of all the vegetation in that area. So that would have been a matter that was taken into account in the assessment of this application.
Not that it was located in the coastal environment.
I would imagine, Ms Pirrett, that the overlay of the Waitakere Heritage Area Act would do so, and this isn't a subdivision, it's a building consent.
Yeah, that's correct.
We just need to be really clear, this was not a request for subdivision, this is an existing
Development,
site.
I did emphasise development, Madam Chair.
Yeah, just making sure for public record, councillor, that there isn't a confusion that this is a subdivision. Councillor
Certainly
Casey.
development.
I'll start by saying how surprised I am with the statement due process was followed, and then I'll ask my questions, because it's those 2 questions that allow me to believe that it couldn't possibly have been followed, but I'll reserve judgment until I get the answers. First relates to it began at the Parks Committee when we heard about how iwi were consulted, and I haven't heard anything from anybody today that alleviates my concerns about the letter from the developer to iwi that didn't mention a notable kauri. So how did any of the recommendations that you've put forward today fix that? I'm looking at our page 61, which is an example of the letter from the applicant to iwi.
Madam Chair, I think the issue here is, yes, there were improvements that could be made in the process, we've acknowledged that, but the question that we were asked is, at the end of the day, would that have made a difference in terms of due process? And our view was that the process nevertheless still meant that the Commissioner, when they made their decisions, were fully aware of those concerns around a kauri tree. And although the local board or iwi might have liked to have been better informed and better able to comment, nevertheless the concern was considered. There's no doubt about that. And in the end, it really was a balancing, as I said during my presentation, about on the one hand, a presumption which allows a house development in a bush living zone, and on the other hand, the need to protect significant indigenous vegetation. And so the Independent Commissioner weighed those 2 things up and concluded that the proposal should be granted consent.
Thanks, Roger. I just want to stick with the letter to iwi, though.
Yeah.
How many of these letters were sent?
There were seven and 5 replies.
5 replies. Do you think it would have made a difference if the letter from the applicant had stated the words notable or large kauri removal, as opposed to vegetation?
Oh, it may well have prompted more responses, but that's not really the point. The number of responses is not really the question. The question is, were the issues fully able to be considered by the Planning Commissioner? In our assessment, the Planning Commissioner was well aware of those concerns.
Okay, my second question relates to the planner's report and the words again, notable kauri or large kauri, and this is our own planner's report.
Yeah.
In the report, he mentions that the vegetation removal was assessed by, quote, relevant and objective experts. Do you believe that to be the case? Relevant and objective experts gave their opinion on the removal of vegetation?
Yes, so there were professional ecologists involved in making assessments.
That was Boffa Miskell for the applicant?
Yeah.
And
our own council ecologist was involved.
Was the ecologist the same planner that wrote the report, or was that another? It doesn't make it clear, I'm sorry.
No, it was, they were different persons.
So you think that the adequate investigation of the vegetation removal was done by objective and relevant experts?
Yes, there were professional ecologists making the assessment that needed to be made.
Just to add to that, if we've noted in the report that all of the ecologists' report expressed concern about the removal of the vegetation on the site, but what they were assessing about what was the least adverse impact on the site, because the rules in both the operative plan and the proposed unitary plan indicate you can build a house in a driveway on a site in an SEA if all other alternative options had been looked at. And both of the ecologists discussed those alternative sites, and they both came to the conclusion that where the applications were proposed on both of those sites were the least adverse impact on the SEA. This was a case when the SEA covers all of the site. In other situations where an SEA only covers half of the site, then obviously the consent would be focusing on getting that house onto that part of the site not covered by an SEA. But both of these sites are totally covered in an SEA.
Okay. Councillor Walker?
Yeah, got a few questions, and essentially most of them go to process. You've identified that it's desirable to have more information communicated to local boards about the nature of a proposal. Would it also be helpful to log that information in some form of database? I would have assumed we had something like that in the consenting process, but maybe we don't. So we can track the tree loss within an area such as the Waitakere Ranges, and that particularly goes to the concern about cumulative effects and our responsibility under the Act and the Waitakere Ranges Heritage Act.
So that's probably a question for Dean Kimpton in terms of what resource consents do in terms of a database that tracks cumulative impact.
I mean, it may be that we don't and we can't, but it would be useful to know if we could.
I'd prefer to come back to you on that one, because I mean, I understand the question. I don't know what we do, and I don't know how effective it would be, or how significant an exercise it would be either. So I'll come back to you, Councillor Walker.
And I think, Councillor Walker, we can pick it up when we have the report back, which I think is due. We have our regular Waitakere Ranges area report that comes back to us, and it would be good then to have a look at, you know, do we report numbers of trees, do we report the address of the tree that was, or do we look at the coverage and change of bush and bush cover?
Sure.
So let's pick that up during that process.
And I guess my concern is that I've raised this issue on a number of occasions over the years now, suggested that we're obviously capturing the information digitally. Can we just go the next step so that we can accumulate it? So I'll leave that at that. The other question that goes to process and goes to access on the part of the local board, is it possible for the local board or the officers in the local board to have access to the drill down information around the application, so that given that something has been brought to their attention, they can look at it more closely?
Well, so what we're recommending is that the reports that go out to local boards are clearer and more explicit about what the impacts are, which then gives the information the local board needs to be able to respond to that. So I think there's, there's a limit to the amount of detail that can be sent around in these things. I think it needs to be at the right level, which gives the local board the information it needs to make a judgment as to what it needs to raise with the Resource Consents Department.
Okay, I guess my question is...
Sorry, could Penny just add to that?
Where an application is one of the trigger applications, the local board does get the application sent to them. One of the challenges that we've acknowledged, and it is an operational thing that Resource Consents will pick up, is that because of the usual time frame of 20 working days, local boards get advised of consents day 3 after lodgement. And at that time, the resource consent team are still checking all of the information that is received in an application, and so they might request further information that then we need to make sure that further information gets out to the local boards. So that's part of the operational improvements that Dean's team's looking at. But where application is one of the trigger applications, they do get more information, the information around the resource consent. Obviously, that can be quite a lot of information to work through, and I think that was a valid concern that the local boards have raised, is that they need to have the opportunity to work through that. So we just need to look at the response times within which they need to get back. And it is largely driven by that 20 working day, though we all acknowledge within these two consents that 20 working day was not a particular issue because of the time frame taken.
Sure. I think you're misinterpreting my question. My question is not around getting information out to the local board. It's about the local board having access, because obviously the information is coming in. I'm assuming it's been captured digitally. My understanding is that's the way we work. So people are processing applications online and the like. So the information's sitting there. It's just a matter of the local board being able to have access to it. There may be a trigger point, and obviously it's desirable to have that flagged to the local board, but access, transparency, that's my concern. And I don't necessarily need that response now, but I would like to have it, and I think we need to have it at a later point, because we, that is the governing body, and our processes sit alongside the local
Councillor.
board.
Yep, it's been, Dean's just said to me he's clear.
Noted it, and we'll take that feedback on board.
Okay.
Thanks.
The other concern that I've got just goes to the conclusion that you reached that there isn't really anything we need to take up with the government around the RMA reforms. I have an issue with that. I would have thought that what has come to us from the local board is that this dilution under the RMA is impacting on our ability to protect trees, that it is physically impossible, economically impossible to schedule all the trees within the Waitaki ranges, and that changes to the RMA would be desirable, even with the Waitaki Ranges Heritage Act.
Councillor, I just want to pick
So
up,
I've just
and
got
I
a
haven't-
question around
So
around that
I'd like
conclusion.
to field that. I'm going to be putting up a chair's recommendation that will be on the board when we get to the recommendation part of this, requesting the Chief Planning Officer on our behalf to send a letter to the Minister for the Environment and the Minister of Conservation outlining the complexities around managing trees and providing for private property rights within the current legislation, and suggesting that a meeting between the relevant ministers and council staff to discuss these issues further. I think we have got a degree of complexity here that has come to a point within the Waitakere Ranges area that I think we do need to discuss with the relevant ministers. So we can't get an answer now. We want to follow that up both with the staff and politically. So we're saying yes, agree.
I've got two other quick questions.
Do them quickly because we've now been doing this.
Okay.
We've got a lot to
All
get
right.
through before
The
5
other
o'clock
one-
today.
Sure. The other one just goes to building design. Quite obviously, it would be desirable to have buildings that can be put in place in an area like this that don't require trees to be removed. Is that something we need to look at? Could we pick up that sort of thing under our design guidelines so that trees aren't compromised so much as buildings? And then the last question I've got just goes to this issue of value, and I picked that up because there was a recommendation or a suggestion that the property be purchased. I'm assuming that's because the ecologist is putting a value on a tree. Now, I know that one of the things that a number of cities overseas are doing, because they're interested generally in protecting their landscape and trees, is they're actually putting values on trees. There are a number of schedules, Halliwell's valuation and others. In Malaysia, they're doing this everywhere, so that people understand that this tree, if you put an economic value on it, maybe it's worth a couple of $100,000. And that actually sends a signal out. It's also a compelling trigger to bring to the attention of resource consent commissioners or whoever they are. So I just suggest that, is there some work that we could do there? So a couple of questions there.
In terms of the question around design, as part of the assessment of the application, it is about whether or not the proposal is the most appropriate location, In terms of urban design aspects, they would be managed through the standard urban design assessment criteria within both the operative and proposed Auckland Unitary Plan. But we do not get into the architectural merits of buildings, and that's a separate issue. But certainly there are provisions around making sure that the location of the building is the least impactful in terms of the whole of the SEA on this site.
It might just be worth acknowledging that the design of this did look to do that, the location and the design. It's a pole house as well. And it's also in the context of Pataroa Road, has a significant number of houses on it already. So, you know, it's in that context that we're looking at the specific location and more generally that street and area. So, comments noted, understood, and that does factor into the design.
And if I could just add, in terms of Councillor Walker's second question, yes, we are doing work on valuing the natural environment, as you know, through the Environmental Strategic Action Plan, which will be helpful in the future in terms of benefit cost evaluation.
Okay, so we're still on questions. We've got Member Taipari, Councillor Darby, Wood, Webster and Member Ngamane. So if we can keep the questions focused and the answers focused, that'd be great. Member Taipari.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just a little bit confused. In one sense, we say in conclusion, paragraph 120, the decision to notify was one that was open to decision maker in light of the relevant provision. In another sense, we say we should be better at asking or providing clearer information about what's going on, i.e. the vegetation versus being a bit more specific. So I'm a bit lost. In one sense you're saying it was okay, in another sense you're saying, well, it wasn't really because we could have done better. So my thing is this, is that surely the Commissioner is required to take on board, because consultation is required under the Act, consultation must be full information. So one minute, that's why I say, Roger, I'm confused. 1 minute you're saying in 120 it's all good, and then you're saying your recommendations say, well, it wasn't that good because we need to do this. So what is it?
Madam Chair, the point we were saying was that the information that was provided to local boards and iwi could have been clearer and more specific about what the impacts of the proposal were, and it's probable that that would have had an effect in terms of local boards and iwi being better able to submit their comments. The comment I made initially was that the Commissioner, when they made the decision, were well aware of those concerns about the environmental effects on a 22-metre kauri tree. So in our view, those issues and values around the kauri tree were part of what the Commissioner considered, and in the end they had to weigh out, you know, the landowner rights in terms of zoning, which had a presumption that allowed bush development, and on the other hand environmental effects, and so they looked at have they sought a solution which has least environmental effects, and because of the considerations that were given to that, the conclusion was yes. And so our conclusion is that that was you know, a reasonable decision to have come to in this situation. We weren't presuming it's right or wrong, but they were able to consider the issues which no doubt would have been made if the processes had been better.
3 minutes here. But I accept what you're saying is that the Commissioner understood about the tree. Mm-hmm. But did the Commissioner understand about the iwi issues relating to the tree they didn't know about because they thought it was vegetation?
Well, in our view, the Commissioners are skilled people who are very...
It's a speculation, right?
No, it's part of the training of a Commissioner is to understand these things. So in our assessment, the Commissioners were able to take those values, very important values, into account.
But, Madam Chair, to me that's an assumption, Roger, on the basis that the Commissioner might have known that the iwi might have had a concern with a kauri tree that they didn't really know about. I can't work that out, Roger. I can't understand how you get to that point
I think
without the evidence. Well,
yeah,
it's relevant, Madam Chair.
No, I understand, Member Taipari, but I think we are becoming somewhat circular.
No, because this is about the information.
Like just hold, it is for information, and you've both had two cracks at this. The reality is here, I understand totally the point that you're making, However, we need to be really clear what we're doing. We asked for this report to be done to review the process and look at lessons learned and how can we improve this going forward. This is not a judicial review
No, Madam
of the
Chair, but
consent.
you haven't let me
If I can
finish.
just finish. This is not a judicial review of the consent. Therefore, it's conjecture on both sides to say, would we have had a different outcome if iwi had had a different response to a different letter? The point that's being made and has been made clearly is, number one, we think we could have done better and we could have had better communication with iwi. We have a way that will be redressed. Would that have made a difference to the outcome? That is now in the role of conjecture, and you'd need a full judicial review to relook at that to do so.
Madam Chair, you need to let me finish. You need to let me finish, though.
And I will.
No, you haven't let me finish. Because my question is this, is what is the criteria that's going to be applied in the future to determine whether that adequate information's been passed on?
And I think we've had
That's
the
the
answer,
question.
but I will ask
But I
it
had to
again.
get to a point to understand if we knew what we were going to be talking about.
So through the chair, as you are all aware, under the unitary plan, there is much clearer indication of when cultural impact assessment reports are required. We have a working party with representatives from the 19 mana whenua across the region who mana whenua have identified to work on that working party that's been working with both policy and resource consents on how we will manage the CIA process going forward. It's very clear in that the recommendations coming out of that working party that there's a recognition that the information provided to iwi needs to be a lot clearer. Equally, there are responsibilities on behalf of iwi once they are contacted by an applicant to get back within a certain time frame. Because at the moment there is no time frame set, and so there's a bit of uncertainty what happens if you write to iwi and you don't get a response back. Is there a need to follow up, etc. So there's a whole improvement process coming out of that. That's why we've referred to it in this report, that we recognise that for both applicants and iwi, the process at the moment has not been cleared, and particularly when one of these applications were lodged, we hadn't even really started the conversation about CIAs. But going forward, we believe the recommendations coming out of that working party, which put greater obligations on council and the resource consent area, but also on applicants and iwi, on how they all work in that process, will mean that in the future, if we have similar applications, there would be a lot clearer understanding of the process going forward.
So, Madam Chair, that's relevant to CIAs being requested, and in the example, there were none, but there was still an issue. How's that being addressed?
So I suppose the presumption we've had is if there'd been more information, there might have been a CIA requested by an iwi. But once again, that's a presumption. Where we've landed on is to say if clearer information had been given, rather than just repeating what the activity is within the plan, because in the plan it's an activity to clear vegetation within an SEA. That's the actual activity description in the table of activities. That's what's got put in the summary of consents. By actually being more clear about what sits underneath that, we believe there might have been a different response from iwi.
Okay. Last question, Madam Chair. There's the reference to the working group that was set up to deal with provisions of the PRUV. Is that group, I understand that group has been wound up. Is that correct?
My understanding is that they have tabled a draft recommendation report, which I'd have to check with you, Member Taipere, for you, Member Taipere. I thought that report was out for comment from mana whenua.
Madam Chair, I understood that the group set up for a certain purpose had achieved its purpose, and now we're making reference to it having a further purpose.
No, I don't think we're making, what we're saying is that my understanding is it's just a draft recommendation report. I will get back to you, and that draft recommendation report still has to be finally signed off by all parties involved. That's why we recommended that they get a copy of this report, so they just had a live example.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
But I'll get back to you on that.
Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, I've read, I think, most of this report, but I just really had a query. Dr. Blakely said that everything was undertaken in accordance with the Hearings Committee policy. So can you just remind us again of what participation did the Hearings Committee itself have in this application?
So I'll answer that because I'm the lead officer support for the Hearings Committee. The Hearings Committee have adopted a policy which talks about when delegations to officers to make decisions about notification, what are the triggers that escalate that delegation to be dealt with, first by duty commissioners, and then, if not by duty commissioners, go to the to the Hearings Committee for an indication about appointing either a planning commissioner to make that notification decision or themselves making that decision. So our reference to following the process under the Hearings Committee policy is that in this instance, it was a decision that by the resource consent manager of the West that this would not be delegated, the notification decision would not be delegated to officers, but would be delegated up to duty independent hearings commissioners following the criteria that is in that policy.
So the answer is it didn't go to the Hearings Committee?
No, because the policy doesn't necessarily require it, always goes to the committee.
So at what stage were the staff aware that this was a contentious issue? And did that not trigger the need for it to go to the Hearings Committee under the Hearings Committee policy, which specifically outlines matters of contention and significance to come before it?
Well, I think this issue became increasingly contentious as time went on. I don't know whether, Dean, you're in a position to comment on that?
So look, the issue had become contentious. We were aware of that through the committee, and I don't have the exact dates, but I think mid-2014 rings a bell, that we started to see correspondence that was of concern. Whether that triggers the need for it to come to the Hearings Committee or not, I'm not qualified to answer. But what we do know is amongst 15,000 applications every single year, there are matters that are contentious or where there is public concern. The degree to which that then triggers the need for it to go to the Hearings Committee and through is something I can't answer you specifically on, Councillor Darby, but we'd want to be cautious about where we set that bar. Absolutely. Otherwise the Hearings Committee would be meeting permanently, I suggest.
Oh dear. No, thank you. Look, I hear the answer. This is complex, Madam Chair. I mean, I'm reading the policy one way. I'm reading the Hearings Committee policy, and I'm a member of that. And Councillor Cooper's, as the chair, is not here today, but I think she'd be interested in this. And it does specifically say, refer to matters of significance and contention. And we did have one application, which I won't refer to in detail, down on the water, which was also in the same category. And I think we need to examine that a little bit more, just to help resolve this whole issue. Take that on board.
I think you're right, Councillor, and I think at the same time as we have in a different world around this council table, in a parallel universe, discussions around pace and momentum, around dealing with the pressures of government to require us to get houses built quickly. We've got the governmental working party on removing stupid legislation and red tape that we're trying to grapple with. So, you know, we have a very delicate balancing act. What do you notify? What don't you notify? How do we protect the interests of our community, and how do we protect the interests of landowners? And often those collide monumentally. Everyone wants to get their resource consents fast. If it's them, everyone wants their neighbours not to get their resource consents, and it's us finding the balance between the two. So your point is well made. Councillor Wood.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, I think the big thing we're trying to do here is achieve a better outcome as far as local board role and responsibility in these processes. So I'd like to go to paragraph 104 of your report, which sets out Mr. Preslin's response to reading about one of the applications. And you know, what concerns me is that he did give information that he had concerns about this this application, and then and went as far as to say, as a matter of course, I prefer the application is publicly notified. So, what more did he have to do? Could he have done more to have an influence on the independent commissioner? Is his missive not you know, active enough in its directive to the independent commissioner? Did you have any views on that? Do you have a view on that?
So we need to remember what the role of the independent planning commissioner is, and that role is to look at the guidance in the RMA about what applications should or should not be notified. Their role is not to be persuaded by the applicant, by community or politicians about whether something should be notified or not, and because that would actually question their integrity. So they take on board the issues that are raised. If there had been submitters, if it had been notified, they also take on board the local board comments on the views. But in this application, they obviously weighed up the resource consenting issues that are set out in the plan about the activity status of these particular applications, and the directions in the Resource Management Act about how you make calls on what should be notified or not. And in doing so, they made the judgment, which was within their ability to do so, that they believed it should be non-notified.
So what about the officer then, who's making the recommendation?
That is equally the task of your planners. Their role is to give their best technical advice with their experience of the RMA about whether or not it should be notified or not.
But do you find that there could be confusion between the carry on the road reserve and carry in general on the property?
As I said earlier, I think everybody who was involved in this application and reading the reports was aware of the concern of removal of kauri, but the consideration had to be around, was there a better alternative location for these buildings on the site, and weighing up the information provided by ecologists and planners, the decision of two separate independent hearings commissioners, because there was one for one of the sites and one of the other, was that they believe that the application was the best location, and that did mean the removal of vegetation, including a kauri on 40 Pataroa Road. Yep.
Okay. I think we need to also look at where the discussion's going, which is down reviewing our consenting processes as a whole, and acknowledging that we have, whatever the figure was, several tens of thousands of resource consents every year. We as a council would need to look very seriously at what it would mean for us to start hugely increasing the number of notified consents, Councillor Wood. We also need to have a very good look at, however, if we are notifying the right ones. And I think what this process is doing is saying, let's have a little bit more care in some of these really sensitive areas. That's the right thing to do, but let's not overreact. I've got Member Ngamani, and then I'd like us to move on to the recommendations.
I appreciate the review was focused in on the application itself. I'm just keen in undertaking that review. I see reference to an iwi group. There was a meeting held with Te Kauiroa Maki. Were the 7 iwi groups that were originally notified of that application part of the review in any way, shape or form?
Through the chair, the officers supporting us in this review met with Te Kauiroa Maki, because in the operative plan there is a iwi statement from Te Kauiroa around the importance of the Waitakere ranges and the indigenous vegetation on that, so that's why they met with Te Kauiroa on that matter. Yeah.
So how did the other 6 groups come into? I understand they signal that they have an interest, what shape or form, but I was just, so they weren't, the other
No, we
6
didn't,
groups
no.
weren't
No, they weren't.
part
so-
of the review?
No.
And was Te Kawerau Maki provided with a update or some kind of draft to consider the conclusions before it came here?
No, I don't think they, at that stage, that we hadn't formulated our conclusions and recommendations, but we'd have to ask our officers involved in that exactly how much information they're able to give them, but they were keen to get from them their views and concerns on the issue, so I believe that's what they did.
Right, because, so we can't assume that the solutions put in place here are necessarily going to match what they think, because we haven't had a conversation with them.
So we'll just get Warren McLennan to...
In particular, talking with Edward Ashby, it was his view that number 1 of the recommendations was a key one in terms of clearer summaries. He acknowledged that they hadn't responded to a number of these applications, partly because of their the way that they've been using their software. They've got new software now, but there's a lot of them for them to consider, and so they liked the idea of a clear set of information being provided, and that's our recommendation.
Right, so they saw this draft report?
No, they didn't see this draft. They raised this as a recommendation.
Okay. You refer to the iwi statement and the operative district plan. Did the original process consider that in the decision making?
The iwi statement is a general statement within the plan. It's not an objective or policy, but that's part of what we were saying. We needed to do some more work on the with the resource consents people around.
No, I get all that. I just mean in the actual process of making a decision on that consent, was it considered by consent officers or the independent?
I don't think it was specifically considered because it's not an objective or policy or rule. It's really there as supporting information in the Waitakere plan.
So I think what Warren is saying is it's not specifically mentioned in the planner's report. We can't say whether or not the planner did consider it when they were writing the report. Because
Well,
we didn't.
obviously, if it's not in the report, they didn't place a credence or didn't consider it. I mean, and ditto, no iwi management plans in that area?
Not that, we didn't go into that. We'd have to ask the question of that member
And
nominee.
again, I mean, and so I can appreciate it for that specific point. And there are issues around that relate to the broader systemic review, I believe. Are we taking into account, properly taking into account iwi statements, iwi management plans and the consent process? There's some very basic things that I'm not sure where that reflection is going. To the CIA working group?
So my recollection of the draft I've seen of that report is that they do pick up on the need to have a central location for exactly what you're talking about, so that resource consent applications can easily access that information. So I can certainly look at the draft report and let you know how it's been picked up.
Okay, and then just one more. I certainly heard the Deputy Mayor talk about sensitive areas, and I note that there's a recommendation around the Western Consents team having better training and supposedly, relating to that area. Of course, there are other sensitive areas in the Auckland region. Going forward, is that going to be looked at broader? I mean, for example, the Hauraki Gulf Marine Park Act is a classic, and I'm not aware of any other broader ones, but just to ensure that I think it doesn't happen somewhere else.
Yeah, I understand your point, Memingamini. I think we are now, we're traversing outside. I've got you, Councillor Fletcher. We're traversing outside the requirements of this report, which was extremely specific. It was to this area to look at the planning processes as they relate to the Waitakere Ranges Heritage Area, using this particular idea, this particular application as an example. So I know that Dean is conducting a wider review of our consent area per se, and I think the issues that Member Ngamini raises are entirely appropriate to be picked up there. I just, however, want to also draw attention as one of the 3 councillors who was involved on the Waitakere side in negotiating the Waitakere Ranges Heritage Area Act, that Te Kawerau Amaki were partners and signatories to the process and are absolutely, with us in regarding the decisions that were made on the Waitakere Ranges Act. I've got Councillor Fletcher, and then we'll move to the recommendations, which I'm going to move.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to Dean Kimpton, and you may think it's tongue-in-cheek, but I want to say that I'm deadly serious about it. I really want Mr Kimpton to advise me, where Council is planning to spend a huge amount of money in IT, can he advise whether this is going to assist in what have, from what I'm hearing, communication difficulties that we've had on this, and certainly highlighted by the local board this morning?
So there's always 2 things that go to delivering good decisions, good outcomes. One is the processes that we use and the systems that support that, and the other one is the culture and the practice. And so my recommendation back into the organisation is that we look at both of those areas. So if we want to pin our hopes on delivering good outcomes on an IT system to support good process, we won't get the outcome we're hoping for. We need good people aware of issues, communicating well as well. So that may not be the answer you're looking for, but that's certainly how I look at delivering good outcomes. So when we look at New Core, it will facilitate communication, it will facilitate access to that information, but we've also got some basic systems, our customer relationship management system, and we need staff to use that. So there's the culture, the practice, and the systems that support that, and both have to go hand in hand.
Okay, well, I'm happy to move the recommendations, including the one that I've added at the end about the meeting with ministers. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Webster. We've traversed quite a lot of issues. Briefly, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, just a minor thing, just in the item that you've got there, I think it's, is it V11, where it says work with local boards after the election. Could we eliminate after the election? I mean, this is something that needs to occur on an ongoing basis, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, my understanding is that that's put in there. We're doing the work now, but this is to make sure that there's a refresh, because the boards will have, they will need to give their feedback. It's so that we don't forget and just move on. After each election, this refresh and discussion needs to happen.
Well, could I just say, Madam Chair, yes, that's right. And so we thought it particularly important that after an election, a new incoming membership of a local board will have the opportunity to look at these issues and make clear what they wanted to be in the triggers.
Which is picking up Member Ngamani's point that there are sensitive areas around the region, and there may well be boards at the moment who are not interested in this and have no triggers and don't participate. A new board might come in who wishes to have a trigger discussion in a sensitive area, and this allows for that. Okay, any other speakers?
Just Madam Chair, about the recommendation?
Yep, to the recommendations.
So, because I haven't had an answer about the working group, is the 9.3 was that CIA project working group. Is that a recommendation? So I asked if it was still operative. And I was
CIA working group, yep.
And I was going to get an answer on that, but I don't know whether I'm voting for something that's non-existent or not.
Okay.
Well, unfortunately, I'd have to go away and ring somebody. I don't know myself personally if it's still operational. If you want me to go and do that, I can do that now.
So, sorry, just clarify for us, Member Taipere, the CIA working group in relation to the recommendations? So your
It says
point
refer
is...
the report, that's what I've been reading of 32, is that right? John, I'm going to vote against the whole thing.
Recommendation?
The last recommendation on page.
Vote against the whole thing. It's in the report.
Oh, I see, cultural impact working group, right. Okay.
Sorry.
Well, one would presume if it isn't currently meeting, it should do so to pick up this critical work that needs to be done. I don't think we can refer to it.
Warren's ringing up trying to get one of the two officers who are leading this process to find out the question. My understanding is that they have only done a draft recommendation report, but I could be wrong because I saw that a couple of months ago. We'll find out and if we can get through to them. Yeah.
All good. Councillor Casey.
I'd just like to move a vote of thanks to Michael Tavares. If he hadn't climbed
Yes,
the
I
tree,
second
it would have been down in the ground.
I'll second that, Madam Chair.
Been
Otherwise, the
seconded.
tree wouldn't be here.
That's right.
Oh, councillors, I
goodness
understand the
gracious me,
sentiment
this
and
is
the
nonsense.
enthusiasm. I have to say, I don't know whether it was having someone up there or not, but there was certainly a huge amount of work done by the local board and everyone else who picked up the issue. So I think we acknowledge, but I don't think it needs to be in the form of recommendation. The thanks have been made. Any other speakers
we
to
put
the
it?
recommendation? I'll just wait for Warren to come back with our answer. Councillor Wayne Walker?
It's just around item 1, and I'm not suggesting that it requires a change to the recommendation, but I'm making the assumption that implicit in how the resource consent team does this review, that it actually does that in collaboration with the local board, so that we've got a process that's actually working for them rather than being imposed.
Madam Chair, yes, I would expect that would be the case.
Thank you.
Okay, Dean and I have just had a talk. The logic seems to say that if there is work being done on the CIA assessments and there's a input needed on this issue, the group meets from time to time, they will meet and this will be given to them for their information and the work to be done. Agreed.
Yes, I think you can take that assumption, Madam Chair, and if they are not meeting, then we'd be very happy to work with IMSB on some ways of making sure these issues are communicated.
Indeed. Okay, all right, that's been moved and seconded. I will put those recommendations, all those in favour please say aye. Aye. Against?
No.
Councillor Lee and Councillor Casey for a no.
Just a cover-up.
And Councillor Watson. Okay, let's not do this then. Right, thank you. Thank you, team, for the hard work making this happen, acknowledging our local board for their passion and commitment to seeing right be done by good process. It's appreciated and changes will be made.
Definitely.
So we move back to our agenda. So we'll go through till 12:30, just so that people know what we're doing, then we'll take a break. So
Move 9, Madam Chair.
we're going to move, we'll move just the straight out decision items. So Councillor Darby,
9, move.
happy to move 9. I think 9 and 10 we can move together.
Probably and 11.
And 11. Move Councillor Darby, 9, 10 and 11. I'm happy to second those. They are machinery items. I'll put those, all those in favour please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. And then we move on to item 12, which is the Punui structure, Councillor.
Madam Chair, I want to register at the beginning of this item how completely inadequate it has been to receive this critically important paper to councillors. It was received by email. I asked Crispy
We're on the Puinui structure plan.
Oh, my
Councillor.
apologies, Madam Chair. I'm sorry. I thought you had actually moved through to that, so I was on agenda item 13. My apologies.
And we share your concerns. So we will deal with that. I've got something to say when we get to that item, but I'd like to do Puinui first. Welcome. So You're going to welcome Anne, and I hope you were there to hear the acknowledgements from Karen Wilson on behalf of the iwi. So,
Thank you,
over
Madam
to you,
Chair.
Anne.
Greetings, councillors, Kia ora members. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the support of Te Akitai and to express our great appreciation for the trust that has been put in the team. And without that, we cannot have progressed the work. And we have thoroughly enjoyed the challenge, and I can really say that, and we have learned a lot. And very often we hear about lack of success stories. These stories are not for us to tell, but that was really great to hear that from Karen this morning. Now, we last reported in October last year, and the context for the structure plan work. So first of all, we've got, this is what triggered. Well, for Karen, it was the private plan change, which then triggered the question about the eastern access, which was about Puenui Road. So private plan change site is here. So that plan change request is still on the table. This is to rezone about 150 hectares of land for urban development, which would also require an MUL shift. So we're looking at the drivers for change, and there are opportunities as well as parameters for change. So the values and constraints, and I'll come to that in the next slide. But we also need to look at the wider strategic fit. So there is that shortage of business land in Auckland, and this is what the proposal for Plan Change 35, thank you, doesn't show up my shaky hand even better. And also the context of Auckland International Airport, and the context for the roading connection. So it's not just about Puenui Road, but it is about where this lands, where the improvements connect onto the existing motorway, the southwestern, as well as further connections to Kirkbride Road in this area. Now, the future expansion of Auckland Airport, that is quite key to this piece of work. So, whoops, this thing fell off. Sorry. So for the second, this shows the first column, the various pieces of work that we've been doing since March last year, which was when the structure plan process was established. The second, the middle one, was about the work that we've been doing since November and last year, and we will be continuing with that until August at least. And this is the piece of work that Karen mentioned in her address to the committee, that when we first started, it was quite daunting, but because we have been working in partnership. So the first, and the GP is a good progress, and that was confirmed by Karen, so I didn't presume that that was the case, so that was good. And ecological work, stormwater. Now, the next two red bits, that's really, this is a heads up, and because we don't want surprises, so that's why this report is coming to this committee at this time as well. You remember in that map I talked about the connection. So it is not just about the widening of Puenui Road, but and how we surface the proposed development of the private plan change area and also the rest of the area, but it is how that infrastructure is connected back. This is an area where we're having very intense discussions with Auckland Transport and the New Zealand Transport Agency. It's all to do with timing and sequencing of planning and investment, because one of the key resolutions from last committee report was that we need to investigate staged development. So that's where we are at the moment. Whoops, sorry. And we are working towards a workshop with stakeholders towards the end of June. And because we are actually combining the unitary plan submissions process with the private plan change process, so we'll be having discussions on a without prejudice without commitment basis. So which leads me to this last group, which is what we are aiming to get to, and where we'll be addressing submissions to the unitary plan as well as the private plan change request, and we'll be putting forward an integrated package looking at the location of the RAB, what overlays and the plan provisions. Now, at the moment, the program for hearing, this is a guess, this is an estimate. We're thinking this October, November time. So that's by way of setting the context and introducing this item.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
We've got Councillor Philippina's moved this. Councillor
Yeah,
Penrose.
I'm just second, Madam Chair.
Oh, you have a second?
Absolutely. Yeah, Madam Chair. First of all, I just want to say to Penny and Anne and the team, and thank you for the work to date. And I know this is a difficult one, but I just want to say that your skills working with iwi, and I want to acknowledge Karen this morning too. We've come a long way over recent months. I'd like to have had it resolved yesterday, but but not the case. But Madam Chair, the elephant in the room here is really, in my view, NZTA. And I just want to again acknowledge Anne and the team for the work that's been undertaken in recent months to get to the stage where we are. But and we have a little bit of work underway at the moment to work with NZTA, because as I say, this is where the road, the rubber hits the road, and this is where the roadblocks are, Madam Chair. But not just in particular this private plan change, but some of the other challenges that we have across the region that's related to NZTA. So hopefully we'll find a way forward in the months ahead, sooner rather than later. And again, the good work that's undertaken with the Southern Consortium as well. So I do have a question though, Anne, and that is that if you can just, the council's to confirm the contractual liabilities that may be there, that I think Karen spoke about. So where do we sit with that?
Yeah. The Eastern Access Agreement,
Yeah.
just to clarify. Yes, through Madam Chair, this is a relationship process. The agreement is there, and we have entered into this work because of the relationship and in good faith. But the content of the agreement, it's something that really is much, much, much bigger than just this plan change work. So it is something that would need to be picked up by Te Waka Moa as well as elected representatives. So that needs to be firmly addressed.
Yeah.
I think, though, the question you're asking Councillor Penrose is there is nothing in that agreement that contractually prevents the council from shifting the RUB or rezoning the land if that is what the conclusion is out of the structure planning process.
Yeah.
It's a moral obligation to undertake the right relationship and governance discussions with iwi and other parties as we go through that process.
Yeah, and I think you've heard through Karen this morning, Madam Chair, about the concerns about transport. So that's the biggest concern at this stage.
And
Thank you.
perhaps if I could just clarify the issue that we have with the transport issue is Puanui is a state highway. It connects into State Highway 20 as well. So it's actually, it's the obligation of NZTA to upgrade it. Whether or not we rezone this land from rural to urban through the independent hearing planning process is that road is already under stress because of the expansion of the airport and the use of by traffic going east to west. So one of the issues that we have is that it is not in the NZTA program for the next 10 years for any upgrading of Puanui Road. Obviously the request to rezone the land from private landowners has really brought to light the fact that perhaps there needs to be some bringing forward of that program of work with NZTA, and we are having conversations with NZTA about that. But that is the difficult issue that we're working through yet, because we really can't recommend a change in zoning if there is no transport capacity in the adjoining roads to deal with the traffic that might be generated from that change of zoning.
So we have a plan, Madam Chair, and we'll see if it works, but again, I just want to thank Anne for her work to date.
Perhaps couldn't work out what that was. I've got Councillor Filipaina, Councillor Nanai, Memangamenet and Councillor Darby.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to sort of, again, just reiterate and thank the team for this. There's really only two things from my perspective, Chair. One is that not only a plan, but there's a process moving forward with this. And that process is really highlighted on 12 and 13 of page 30 in our agenda. You know, the fact that to initiate a change to the MUL is until the Puhenui structure plan was completed, and then the following 13 is around the proposed Auckland Unitary Plan. So look, thank you. Long time coming is what people have said, so yeah, thank you, Chair. Process, plan.
Thank you, Councillor
Elephant in the room.
Councillor Anai.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again for the great work that's gone here, Anne. But just one question, when obviously you've looked at this. When we looked, you were there at Manukau, we looked at the Collindale Park and the noise that we were concerned about there. I take it that's been addressed with this as well?
Through the Chair, we're not looking at changing the provisions for open space or committed open space projects, though in developing this body of work for the overlays and the zones, so we will be looking at setting development controls regarding buildings when they go and even over open space. But the noise, I mean, I think this will probably, the aircraft noise will probably be more significant than from the motorsport.
Thank you. I just didn't want a Western Springs Eden Park coming up again, that's all. Thank you.
Councillor Memangamenet.
Kia ora. It's very good to hear the relationship is a positive one with Te Aku Tai. It's just one question around the Eastern Access Agreement, only because Karen raised it. And it seems from their perspective, they see that like as the catalyst that brought together working on the Puhenui structure plan. And I noted your response back to Councillor Penrose was, well, you know, where is that going? It might go to Te Wakaangamua, etc. Leveraging off the very good relationship you've got now under this project, is there a mind to kind of close off that discussion or commence that discussion flowing out of this so that there's some consistency for Te Aku Tai rather than it being seen as two separate parts where clearly they see it as connected?
Yeah. Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I think it is the commencing of a new process. The main thing is that we're not ignoring that there is an agreement on the table, but also that willingness of Te Aku Tai to have come to the table to work on this structure plan work. But we must not presume that that agreement is therefore now not an issue. So I think it is about the commencement of the new process, and it is about the relationship between the Auckland Council and Te Aku Tai, and there are other signatories to that Eastern Access Agreement as well, and including other mana whenua groups.
Yep, yep.
Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair. Look, happy to support these recommendations, and particularly the Roman numeral 1 I'm focusing on. And I read paragraph 19 that this State Highway 20 Punui Road in this area is not on the NZTA program. It's not a funding priority, so it's not on the horizon. And I can't help but think of some of the misfiring from ministerial officers that's come out in the last week about telling us about our program and understanding Auckland. But if there's anybody that seems to really understand Auckland, it's our own Auckland transport people in this council. We're the ones that are applying really deep analysis, and I think it's fair to say that the Ministry of Transport, in this case the New Zealand Transport Agency, is somewhat absent from Auckland, let alone understanding Auckland. And here we have a strategic route. It doesn't go to a runway where people fly in and fly out. It goes to the Auckland Airport Economic Zone. And around that economic zone, 12,000 people work, visit, but mainly work. 12,000, I think, work. The greater economic zone includes parts of South Auckland, and that enlarges to some 33,000 people. So we talk about this Punui structure plan, but this road, actually, a road that is configured for a long future, and I don't expect it to be just a classic state highway because it's got to carry mass transit as well. Its catchment extends as far as the Hamilton Bay of Plenty Rotorua Triangle. So this is not about an Auckland road, this is an Upper North Island economic zone that this is all servicing. And it's billions of dollars. The Auckland Airport business, it puts through about $13 billion a year. It's phenomenal. It's high value. If you think about our Port of Auckland or Tauranga or any other port, per tonne, the value rate is 50 times going through an airport compared with a seaport. So it gives you an idea of the importance of these umbilical cords, and that's what Punui Road State Highway 20 is. So, Madam Chair, I just really want to home in on the absence of the NZTA on this critical route. That's a great challenge for us, and it's a challenge connecting all those SHAs in the south to places of employment, and we know the airport is a massive employment zone and will be an even bigger employment zone. So, Madam Chair, happy to support it, but really want to emphasise that we need to get this government agency at the table and wake up to some of the things that we have identified through extremely comprehensive analysis as being critical connections in Auckland.
Couldn't agree more. I've got Councillor Lee, and then the Mayor, and then Councillor Penrose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I take on board Councillor Darby's well-made points, but he might be being a little bit unfair on NZTA. Probably we could look at ourselves more critically in terms of this particular report, because NZTA has been working on rapid transit options and trying to future-proof for it, whereas this particular report doesn't seem to place any emphasis on that at all. So it's not just working with Auckland Transport Agency, we also should be talking about working with Auckland Transport and also on the smart rapid transit options and route protection. So I think to make that more comprehensive, I would like, may I suggest, Madam Chair, and hopefully with your agreement, that we mention Auckland Transport and also rapid transit options being dealt with under the SMART process.
Okay.
If that's okay. It just gives a more balanced, integrated approach.
Okay, we can make that clear. I guess we presume that we're working well with ourselves and that we don't need to tell ourselves to work well, but it's, you know, if we need to underline it, there's nothing wrong with that. Mr. Mayor.
There's a couple of learnings in here, Madam Chair, you know, today has been about reflecting on how we do things better, or look at what we're doing to recognise that they actually work. You've heard me a lot say around this chamber, pace and momentum. Sometimes it's not. Actually, sometimes you've got to go the longer road. Hopefully not too often, but on this one we needed to. I had a lot of pressure on me from Councillor Cowell and one or two others
about the fact that, you know, we've got to move and it's got to move. I was aware absolutely of the concerns of local iwi and what we in the south had signed up to. And we'd signed up to a deal that meant that there would be no further development on this land, ever. So that's quite a strong commitment to make. And so on the basis that you'd walk away from that deal, you'd only do it really with everyone who had signed up to that deal agreeing that that's what you would do, for all the very best reasons. Now, it became clear there are two ways forward. One of them was crash through the gates and try and basically just bully pulpit your way through. And the other was to actually get around the table. And the crashing through the gates, of course, was the legal option. And one or two of the people who are in the broader party of these negotiations wanted to try that option. And my view to them was, you're wasting your time. There is another way to do this. One, show respect to all the parties. Secondly, understand the history of what has been proposed here. Thirdly, get around the table, which is very symbolic because, of course, we're talking in item 15 about getting around the table and sorting out a long, difficult problem. And so this has been a successful example of what getting around the table actually means. One, in good faith. Secondly, with the best analysis and advice. Thirdly, on the basis that you're looking for a common goal. And we most certainly are looking for a common goal, and that is the appropriate and sympathetic development of this piece of land to the benefit of our community, in particular jobs. And we will do that, I suspect, as a final outcome. And it's great to hear that Te Akatai in particular feel like there is integrity in that process. And when that process is concluded, my hope is that we will be able to develop this piece of land in a very sympathetic and beneficial way. Secondly, the second learnings are this. It's really important to be joined up in transport, actually. And it was really with real sadness that I reflected on the Minister taking an example of Auckland's transport plan is not working, that we should basically put at the back of the queue the proposed rapid transit link to the airport. And by and large, on many occasions like that, I tend to just, as you note, take that on board and reflect on the fact that Parliament is a strange and interesting place. And it impacts on people accordingly. Because rapid transit at that airport is going to happen. And if it doesn't, we have got a problem. Houston, we have a problem. And so that will happen, and it's really important that we take the best analysis and advice and work that through, because the clear and best link from the airport to the CBD is basically north-east. And that is in through Onehunga and straight up the main trunk line. And so we need to just usefully and quietly continue to work our way forward on that matter. But what most people are doing coming out of the airport now, until such time as we get rapid link into the airport, and even when we do open up Waterview, is they're not going nor west nor east. They are going south. They're going straight through Puanui on a very, very constrained roading network. And they will continue to use that probably for the next 10 years. So it is critical, whatever we do in Puanui, quite frankly, that we actually address the issue of that link out of the airport, which is the number one link, because everyone says the quickest way into the CBD, and most people are going that way, is basically to go on the SH20 and then go north on the Southern Motorway. And that is the reason why we're seeing increasing congestion on that particular road. It is. So look, as I say, so there are two learnings here. The continued very best wise advice that I give people: breathe through your nose and take best advice. And secondly, get around the table. It's amazing what you can work out across your differences. So yeah, this is a good way forward. I'm liking where it's at.
Okay, thank you. I'll give the last word to Councillor Penrose, and then I'll put the recommendation.
Can you just firstly, Madam Chair, I'd just like to...
Sorry, Councillor Webster, I didn't see you.
Just on item 5, that's been added. I'd just like to get the officers' thoughts on that. And what if that would add value to the recommendations.
What repercussions?
What feedback?
Through the chair, obviously we are aware of the work that has happened at the SMART program, and it is an issue that we have raised with both Auckland Transport and NZTA about their willingness to indicate a preferred route through this area, because it's difficult to have regard to a project that has yet to define their exact route. So it's difficult for us to protect that route in any provisions we might be suggesting through this rezoning and structure planning process. We are aware of the general area of their concerns, and they have been obviously bringing that to the table in our discussions. I don't think it's going to be necessarily resolved by the time we have to report to the hearing in October, November this year. So it's there as a note. It's not saying that we need to incorporate anything into it, because I don't think the project will have landed on a space to allow us to incorporate that into what we take to the hearings panel. So we are aware of it. We've had conversations with them. It has been part of the discussion around transport on this structure plan. But because it in itself has not landed on a final route, we will not be looking to do anything to protect it within the short time frame we've got at the moment. That would have to be a later discussion.
Okay. So just in closing, Madam Chair, I just want to say that in light of the Mayor's comments, sometimes I'd like to see a bit more pace, and we often hear that from our members of our community. But, you know, again, I want to acknowledge, as I said, Anne's work to date in bringing those parties to the table and getting the way forward. You know, we do have a plan in place, as I mentioned, that we're going to work to, hopefully. But I also want to add, and you hear often from Councillor Cashmore and myself, that you know, the south from Takanini to Belmont and Pokukaui has grown at a rapid speed. And you've heard from Councillor Cashmore that often that Tauranga is coming to Franklin, and we've got to create those jobs. You know, we hear that 12,000 plus jobs at the airport. Well, it's going to create 22,000 plus jobs. And to me, when we see all these SHAs across our southern area, to us, it's about employment. So sometimes pace is good. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Webster, I neglected to write you down on the list.
Well, I just think 5 is unnecessary. I know it's noting, you know, and I'm not happy that they're working on that, because we actually do have issues in the northwest. I'd much rather see them working on a northwest busway, and some of the issues there. I don't agree with the Mayor that people go south. There's an awful lot of people go north and spend a lot of time sitting in traffic going north from the airport. And I just think I mean, we've heard the Minister of Transport sort of talking about, you know, well, maybe they should do away with rail to the airport. It's not in any plan to happen for many years, and I just think it's unnecessary. And I think it's a bit of a shame, because the rest of the work that's been done in this area is terrific, and Anne, you've done a really good job, and it was great and such a positive to hear from Karen this morning at the beginning, and I just think that that's unnecessary, and it's not enhancing the rest of the work that's been done.
Okay. We'll note your concern, Councillor. I'll put the recommendations. They've been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Carried. Thank you team. Great work. Now, on item 13, there has been quite a lot of discussion over the last 24 hours. Councillor Darby and I were a little bit surprised when this sort of landed, and I do acknowledge that the email went out last night so that people actually knew what we were talking about. I'm going to actually move that we refer this to The Infrastructure Committee, we've got the ability to do that. The legal advice, though, was that this needed to come to a committee of the whole first. We can then refer it to infrastructure, and it will then land on the lap of the governing body. It's fine to do that. It isn't a major and critical series of decisions that need to be made in here. We've signed off the draft strategy. It went out for consultation through the LTP process. Feedback was received. Most of it has been included in here. Finance is still doing the fine-tuning now that we've landed the LTP, and adjustments will be made. So this is not a big renegotiation of priorities in here. We've actually done it. This is to get the audit trail correct. It's gone to a committee of the whole. People would like a little bit more time to read it. Infrastructure can sign it off and refer it to governing body, and we can have another crack. Councillor Cashmore.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Very briefly, to Roger or to Dean, the tail end of that report, there was a whole lot of graphs. There was going to be more accurate data pros to that, and I know that Jacques Victor is working on updating the council growth projections, and that sort of work. That'll all be incorporated in that. And when is it expected that work will be done?
Well, Madam Chair, could I ask David Hookey and Dawn Mackay, who are the authors of the draft infrastructure strategy, just to comment on that question?
Certainly, thank you. Thank you, through the chair. The figures that we're going to use, the projections are going to be the ones that we use for the LTP, so it's the medium growth projections. The updates refer to all the outcomes of the Budget Committee meeting on the 7th of May. So the figures are the budgets that are being realigned, and that information, those graphs, will be updated with that information.
I just have some concerns, Madam Chair, about the accuracy of some of the population projection data, and it's been well evidenced in a couple of areas. And some of that I know has been worked on to make it more accurate. So I will make the assumption, and we'll keep checking up, that work that Jacques Victor is doing gets transferred into this report, because I think it will be very informative.
Well, you know, we are dependent on Statistics New Zealand in terms of the forward population projections. And they have been updated following the 2013 census. But I think the important thing is we are, for infrastructure provision, using the medium growth projection rather than the high growth projection, and the logic of that has been because there's investment involved in infrastructure provision. Clearly, you don't want to be over investing relative to what might happen.
Understand that.
Okay, so people are comfortable with where we're heading. Councillor Wood.
Well, I've got a question, and Councillor Cooper would probably ask this if she's here. The Northwestern Busway, it's in the plan in that document at 2025 plus.
It's the point I made before.
Nonsense. So can you advise, I mean, I thought that was being kind of worked on to see if it could be expedited. So where did you get the figure from?
Through the chair, that those were the projects that we received from Transport, from the Transport groups, Auckland Transport and Transport Strategy Group. I can go back and check that and make sure that it's aligned correctly with the up-to-date information that we get out of the long-term plan.
So that's the point that's being made, which is why there was a lot of confusion, and staff were working until after 7 last night, and then we started again at 7 this morning, trying to actually land how on earth we manage this sensibly, because we only made the decisions at the end of the week, councillors, on what we were going to fund, and we've only just made the decision on the transport levy, and some of the decisions and the move forward, move backwards, placements of transport projects in this still need to be decided. So this was the slight disagreement between legal and finance to say this is either, going to be finalised on the finance side of things, but legally we need to have a sensible audit trail that shows that it is being considered along the way. So it's a bit suboptimal, but it's where we're at. Everyone working as hard as they can to do the right thing.
Madam Chair,
Councillor
there is
Webster.
a report coming to Finance and Performance next week from the Chief Executive of Auckland Transport and the Chief Executive of Council on the use of the levy and the transport program, in which one is going to push very hard to make sure that that Northwest Busway gets priority over other things because it's needed.
I think we just need to settle ourselves a little bit.
Oh, yeah, I'll say.
We just need to understand the cascade of decision making here. So, because I'm kind of with Councillor Webster. So we've settled the budget on Friday. We are required by government to do this infrastructure strategy. You know, we're required to plan 10 years out. It'd be great if the government did too, but we're required to do this. We are also, you know, only 4 years old, and we're not sort of grey mouth, so it's a fairly big and chunky piece of work.
Sure is.
The critical thing with this is will not be the Bible of everything that we're doing. It's showing what we kind of need to do, best guesstimate at what we're doing, but then we will do exactly as Councillor Webster says. We then look at our fine-tuned transport strategy and the other pieces of infrastructure that are being worked through. So we cannot be taking this as the Bible of what's going to happen. And Councillor Cashmore's on the button. We are, as the unitary plan unfolds, as greater information around growth patterns evolve, then this will have to be, it's an iterative process. It's kind of a start. I've got Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Casey.
Madam Chair, I just would be happy to move the recommendations. My grievance in terms of as a principle, it is very difficult when we receive important papers on the eve. I accept your explanation on that, but just as a practice, maybe officers can take on board our frustration when this type of situation occurs. And it's my view that we perhaps should delay any debate, discussion on this until we actually have it at the Infrastructure Committee.
Which is why I've moved this.
Thank you, and I'm seconding it then for you, Madam Chair.
Happy to be of service.
And councillors, I know that this is frustrating. The reality is we are operating to guideline, legal dates actually set by statute. So, you know, it's not that we're being difficult or challenging you unnecessary, but we have to fulfil our obligations to provide this piece of reporting into the LTP. Councillor Casey.
Just to add the word draft into the recommendation. Is it still a draft when it goes to infrastructure?
Yes, it's true. Okay.
Indeed.
Yes, we'll do it.
It's done. Okay. We are right on 12:30 when I said we'd break for lunch, so I'm going to put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried, and we'll break for half an hour, and we'll be back here at 1. Thank you all. Just lost Jacques now, so
Oh, we can do it without him.
47. I'm just. Do you want to do any sort of introduction?
Areas.
Right, Jacques, you're on. Warm welcome. And just while you make yourself comfortable, I just, some of us have a little bit of insight into the hours and hours and hours that have been involved in this process to Jacques and the wider team who have negotiated, retooled, rediscussed, renegotiated, rethought this process to get to this stage. I really, really want to acknowledge you, and we are getting some very good feedback from a wide variety of groups on the process. So just before I hand over to Jacques, we're going to discuss the design proposal for the future port study. We're not discussing the port issue itself. Jacques.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will just take, I've got a few slides. I'll just take you through some of the key things in the report, and then we can I can answer questions as you may have them. So essentially, the report deals with the proposal deals with four main things. The first being it proposes a collaborative process.
Can you pull it forward?
I will sit forward. Yeah.
Just pull it forward to you.
We're proposing a collaborative process to go through the study, and essentially what we're saying is for that process to be truly collaborative, we have to hand the process over to stakeholders and to the people of Auckland, and they need to be able to have a discussion around the port. What they then, through that process, they need to look at the future, they need to understand the implications of all these options that they are looking at, and then come back to the committee with recommendations on what is the best way forward here. That is the stakeholder and community process. The council has a governance role, and the proposals say that that role gets played out by the council making decisions once that study is completed and when the recommendations come to the council. So that's essentially around the process. Around the study scope, all options are on the table, so we're not excluding any option. It goes beyond the port precinct, so it's not just where the port is at the moment. It looks at the wider Auckland impacts, it looks at the Upper North Island impacts, and even the New Zealand impacts. And essentially the scope is a full cost-benefit analysis around the economic, social, cultural, and environmental dimensions. That's the one part of it. The second part of it is the opportunities that all of the options may or may not afford Māori. So there are two essential parts to that study. The third part is around the project costs, and the last part is around the broad timeline. So looking at the collaborative process, because there are so many stakeholders and people with a high interest in the study, we are proposing to set up two structures. The first is a stakeholder reference group, and that being quite a large group, probably around 40 to 50 people representing the stakeholders. And that group will be made up firstly of Māori as a partner in that process, and then of various sector groups that we've made up 7 of those, under which we can group the different stakeholders. And then we're also suggesting that the Ports of Auckland, so the company itself, needs to have representation on this group. So that's the larger one. From that, then setting up a smaller group that we call the Consensus Working Group, and this will be the one that does the actual work, so this will be the workhorse of the whole process. And the representation on that group would come from the larger stakeholder group. And essentially there are 3 tasks that this group needs to do. They need to finalise and agree the study scope, which we will commission on their behalf. They then need to work with the experts or the consultants that will do all of this work. They need to work with them and understand all the stuff that comes through that study. And based on that eventually then make recommendations to the council on a consensus basis, what is the best way to go forward. And once that is done, then the governance role of the council kicks in. It will have to make decisions on whatever comes out of that. The next slide is just to give you a bit of a feeling for how that process might work. So essentially it would start off with a very broad-based invitation to stakeholders to participate in this process, and then through a facilitated process, the stakeholder reference group will be established, and again through a facilitated process from them, eventually the consensus working group. As I said, that group probably would be around 12 to 15 people. It just gets really hard to actually do work if a group like that is much bigger. So that's just broadly what that process would look like. Attachment A in your agenda has a list of stakeholders that we've identified up to this point, but we're also asking in the recommendations that we can go and add more stakeholders. Just over the last few days, since the agenda has become public, I've had lots of emails of people registering their interest, so we just keep on adding them. I should point out in the consensus working group, so the smaller group, will be whittled down from the stakeholder reference group. There are two exceptions to that. The report proposes that Māori have an automatic representation on the consensus working group, as does the port, suggesting that the port has one representative, no more than that. So essentially, what we do is we take the broad group, the stakeholder reference group, and there's a number of things described in the report what they would be doing. That gets whittled down to the actual working group, which is where the bulk of the stuff would happen, and they are in turn supported by the consultants, the experts that will do the actual study. And there's a relationship between all of those engagement right across the three. So what we're asking committee today is to endorse this process, so the principle of collaboration and the process of what we're proposing, how to go about that. If I move on to the actual study, so looking at the scope of the study, what I'm showing you there, so it's, like I said, there are two parts of the study. The first is the full impact, the cost-benefit analysis across social, environmental, cultural, and economic dimensions. The second part is what opportunities are there for Māori in terms of all of the options that are being looked at. So that is just a broad outline of some of the detail, but you will have to look on page 51 and 52 of your agenda, and we will have to work through the detail in that, because what we're asking you again is to endorse that draft scope. This scope will then go to the CWG, and it is one of their tasks to do further work on that, to agree that and finalise the scope. Just a quick one in terms of how we would go procuring that study. So today the committee endorses a draft scope. Like I said, that goes to the CWG. Once they've agreed what that scope is, it comes back to this committee just to ratify it. We need some formality around the procurement. So it is not around changing that scope again, because the CWG has signed that off. We just ratify it, and essentially we put it into a request for proposals. Tenders go out, they come back in, the CWG look and work through those. They probably engage with the consultants, clarifying a number of things, changing a number of things. They select the final tender, and we do the procurement. I probably just need to say one thing. So that diagram shows quite a simple, straightforward process. It probably is going to be more complicated in that it most likely would be a two-stage process, something as big as this. There would probably be initial tenders that would be looked at a broader level, and from that they will select the ones that they want to go and do the further detail. So it's probably just a bit more complicated than that. Looking at the project costs, at the moment there is no specific funding for this project. First thing is around the study. Because the terms of reference has not been finalised, it of course gets a bit hard to know exactly how much it's going to cost, but just based on our past experience, probably likely to be something between 500,000 and 600,000. So that's for the study. Then in terms of supporting the stakeholder work group and the consensus working group, so we would have to remunerate people. It's just all the stuff that goes with that. That's probably another 550, and this is an estimate, so which brings us to the totals that you see there. It is proposed that the whole project be funded from the mayoral budget. So we're not asking for any extra money to do this.
It'll be backstep again.
And lastly, just a bit of a broad timeline.
All costs of reference.
Trying to make this go as fast as we can, remembering that this is a collaborative process, and people need time to work through things. But still, making it as fast as we go, it unfortunately still comes to a year. I do not believe we can do it any faster than that. So if committee endorses the recommendations today, then probably looking at June, July next year for the recommendations to come to this committee. Madam Chair, that is essentially the highlights from the report.
Okay. I've got Councillor Webster first, and then we'll go from there.
Oh, thank you very much, Jacques, and I know how much work you've put into this too, so I endorse what the Deputy Mayor said before. Just looking through the list of stakeholders, and I realise you've got Fonterra there, and this might have come up in, since you put it out, but I mean, apart from the fact that Fonterra actually don't put product through the port because they take it all to Tauranga, but there's no one there so far from sort of producer groups. I'm thinking whether it's Federated Farmers or whether it's, Wine Growers Association, not necessarily covered by employers and manufacturers. I'm thinking of some of the vegetables, that sort of thing. So someone from the wider producer groups.
Councillor Casey.
I'm going to move an amendment to what I see as a deficit in the process, and that is leaving the local boards out of the equation until the end when there's options to be put forward. And I'm going to move that we invite the Waitemata local board and the Devonport Takapuna local board to be part of the stakeholder reference group, simply because they need to be there to shape the options. They're the people on the ground, and what I feel is that the people have been shut out of the process so far, and their representatives are the members of the local boards and the governing body. While the governing body will be making the final decision, the local boards need to be part of the process. So I'm hopeful that we get some support for that. That's a way of making sure that the public are represented.
Councillor, I understand what you're putting forward, and you have every right to do so. The critical nature of this is a public process. This is actually taking some of the politics out of this and genuinely handing it over to the public. I agree that some discussions need to be had as we look at the scope and that sort of thing with our local boards. I think that informal process should be followed. But in looking at this as a genuine community consultation and stakeholder process, the deliberate decision was made to neither have councillors nor local board members on this, and to genuinely hand over.
Decision hasn't been made yet.
Councillor, I'm just explaining. To genuinely hand this to the stakeholders and to take the politics out of this. So we either trust the community to embark on a genuine community-focused project and step back and trust them to make the right recommendations. We report it and update ourselves on the progress, and I think the boards can be updated, but the recommendations here are not to include politicians in the process. We make the decisions, we can't have two bites at it, but if you want to form up an amendment, please bring us one.
I'll be moving that we include, throughout the report, I mean, this is a staff report, I take exception to the language used, say, in paragraph 45. The proposals in this report suggest that given the governance role boards have, they not be directly involved in the collaborative process. And so my amendment will be specifically to involve them in that process. I don't think it's in the best interests of democracy to exclude them. It's not putting politics back in, it's putting elected representatives as a key stakeholder. And I think that they deserve to be there. So that's my amendment.
Okay, we hear that amendment and we will put it at the right time. In the meantime, we're taking questions. Councillor Darby.
Thank you. Just on that then, and look, if there was a politician that's maybe been at the forefront of this, it's possibly me, but I think it would be totally inappropriate of me to be on this stakeholder working group. And others have said things in the political realm as well that I think would make it very difficult. And some of the feedback I have heard, Madam Chair, is the public stakeholders are really liking this model. And one of a few said to me that it's actually has an advantage in that politicians aren't on it. Absolutely. They have actually conveyed that to me. However, we might have great difficulty hearing that. They feel that we are at risk of dominating them when we're on those stakeholder groups. And we've got predetermined positions. Now, some would probably say that about me if I turned up on it. It wouldn't be appropriate. But question in that regard, I have emailed a number of boards, I think 3 boards, Orake, Waramata and Import Takapuna, and I've said, look, please, this is the report, please contact Jacques Victor if you want to contribute to this in any way. So Jacques, have you heard back specifically from the 3 boards?
No, not from any one of them.
So is there a specific request? Has anybody in officialdom here received a specific request from local boards to be represented? I have had Mr. Member Chair Bergen has conveyed to me an interest in being on this on behalf of his board, and I did say, well, that wasn't the intention, it was for these reasons. But we haven't got an official request in, other than the one that I'm just referring to.
Yeah, no, I have not received anything.
Look, probably just, okay, that's my probably, I'm sort of questioning and a little bit of comment here, sorry Madam Chair, but I'm happy to second your motion, I think it's your motion. But I think we need to emphasise here that we've learnt a lot from the sea change model, a tremendous amount, and there's massive buy-in to that process. And it was a bit of a risk to run that course, big risk. Sort of, why shouldn't the politicians be making all the decisions? Well, ultimately we do, but it's about how we are informed in our decision making. And we say a lot in this council about tapping into that wealth of knowledge that's in our community and not dominating it, not overriding it, but as long as we signal as best we can and openly who should be around that table, I think that's our task. And I've thought about this a lot, and this is a big issue for Auckland, but I think this is a great sense of ownership amongst Aucklanders and beyond on this issue, and I think we can hand it over, and I'm pretty confident that we'll get a good outcome following a process like this. And I've checked in on that, those that have participated with Sea Change, and they are saying it was tough at the beginning, sorting out all the stakeholders, and Dr. Blakely will well know that, but it is ripping along now, and it is getting through some extremely dense work, and there's a high level of intelligent participation. So I'm leaning on the success of Sea Change, and maybe Dr. Blakely could expand on that success. It's yet to report in, but I'm hearing a high level of confidence, and that's why I'm supporting this model. I really want to reinforce that it is a draft study scope. So this is definitely not bare bones, and it won't be eroded as we go forward. It will only be improved by those that have an even deeper knowledge of the subject matter. And I know that I'm confident that we'll get those, international port logistics tests undertaken. It'll have a really robust technical group sitting in support of the consensus building group, I think it is termed, that will be benchmarking productivity of this port and other ports against the best international ports, not just the Australasian ports. And I know that we can rely upon our so-called lay people to make sure that that all happens. This is hard for council. It's not our usual space to hand over. It's just not. It doesn't feel natural to many of us. But I'm encouraging councillors to actually genuinely hand this over to Auckland. Risks, of course, but I think the upside is greater than the downside. Generally, Chair, I don't have any great questions at this time. I think Mr. Victor's received emails, and I could say we could add a few names, but I'll just do that via email. I acknowledge the work that's gone into this, and it's a big task, $1 million, but we're talking about, as some would say recently, $2 billion worth of land asset sitting on our waterfront. Got to get this right, and thanks to the team.
I couldn't agree more, Councillor Darby. Well said, thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, first of all, just like to commend you on this process, Jack. This strikes me as being well thought through. Got a couple of questions / suggestions. The first one goes to the funding, and I guess the concern I've got is the port's going to benefit from this if we make the assumption that quite a bit of the work is going to be around logistics, movement of freight, the storage function and so on. That all goes to expertise, I would hope, modelling and the like that ports have. If we assume the outcome is efficiency, that impacts directly on the port's bottom line. So I actually see a better fit in terms of where some money is coming from ports rather than the Merrill budget. I don't understand that. I mean, in some respects, if you were looking at the logistics of this, you could virtually build a virtual port, and other cities have built virtual ports so that you can deal with a lot of the logistics and planning, and I'd hope that ports either have that or they'll be working on that. But that asset is of use to ports into the future, much more so than it is to us. So that's one question. It especially goes to funding. The other suggestion I've got, and I don't want to get into the draft and the like, but just one thing that I'd make a plug for is the issue of resilience around the considerations that go to the port. And I won't say anything more than that. I think it's self-evident as to what that is. And the other question I've got is just around access to information. I think this should be really open and transparent so that as much and all as councillors aren't involved, and I agree with Councillor Darby around that, we can access the information as it is developed, and not just us, but people in Auckland, so they're in an opportunity to engage. And that would be obviously via the stakeholders, one would hope, in the consensus working group. But I really think there's an opportunity to make this really transparent So 3 points there.
Okay. I'm going to turn them into 4. In terms, in terms of the modelling, you're right. There's a heap of work that has already been done by ports and lots of other people. It would be silly not to use that. But and so that is the intention. But what the report says is whenever any of that information is used, it has to be peer reviewed. It can't just be accepted as a given. And so that is made clear in the report. In terms of the funding, that notion certainly, I thought about that. And whether the port should contribute to this.
I'll answer it.
Okay. Resilience, absolutely. It may not be described sufficiently in the draft scope, so happy I can add that. Yes, in terms of the access to information, what we've been thinking, so that is probably something that the CWG will have to do, and Sea Change did something quite similar. So they actually have their own website, and as the information comes on, that is put on the website, and it's quite interactive, and so it's probably a very similar thing. One of the points that I made in the report is around what collaboration means, and one of those in there is open information. You have to be transparent, and so that would be part of that process. Yeah. I'll leave the funding question then.
Mr. Mayor, do you want to deal with the funding?
Actually, yeah, I think we ought to do it now. Madam Chair, I do want to have once everyone else has had a crack at it, I just want to finalise. Look, on the funding side, I think what it does do, Councillor Wayne and councillors, is represent the fact that this body of work is critical for myself as a leader of the city, and I made this commitment to it, and so we are delivering it for all of the reasons that you've all picked up on and we know. Secondly, we could spend a lot of time sort of thrashing around trying to find it within our budgets, etc., etc., etc. It's over 2 years, and so rather than do that right now and detract from the need for us to keep very focused on this work and get it up and moving, I don't think that it's much worth it, and so the lead will come from me in terms of the budget. It's fair to say that it is a big chunk of the mayoral office budget. And so what I would indicate to you is that there will be discussions with other parties as to how to meet that.
Like ports.
We will see.
Oh, for goodness sake,
Just what I'm saying is just this is a opportunity for a discussion through my office, representatives and others. But the buck will stop with my office as the primary sponsor of this project. And I think given the nature of it, quite specific nature of it, and the need for us to arrive at an end point, and the fact that I totally believe in this process and the way in which it's been set up, and I have very clear expectations as to the outcome, and there's a range of them that I have, and I'll cover those off at the conclusion of this. But I think just in terms of the budget, I think it's just critical. Take that off the table, recognise that my office and my support staff will take care of that to the ultimate conclusion.
Okay. Councillor Crum.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. This is a really big piece of work that's covering just about every base you can think of. So congratulations, Jacques and the team, for what will certainly be a piece of work that not many could criticise for not having an open feel to it. And I think Councillor Darby well worded the way in which it does not sniff of political anything, but has a very wide scope for the community and for stakeholders of all kinds. There is one little addition that I wouldn't mind, and I know you referred to Councillor Darby sending an email for some other groups, but if we've got the opportunity here, I do note that we're giving delegation to the Chief Executive for adding any other groups into the stakeholder reference wider group, but for the purposes here, I'll just have a little addition, if I may, Madam Chairwoman, in case there are objections of any kind, but I'd like to add Manukau Harbour Restoration Society into either the community groups or the specialist interest groups. I don't care where it goes, but they have tremendous knowledge of ports only hanga holding, and further along, knowledge of Metroport and what's going on over that side of town, and of course all the other implications and linkages to, thanks for the nodding head, Dr. Blakely. So if we could add that, that would be fantastic. I have a question on paragraph 31, and it's really more for my information because I don't disagree with it, but the draft scope, final approval of the scope will be the responsibility of that smaller group, the consensus working group. Out of curiosity, was that the same, was the final approval of the scope for transport options with the independent advisory group, the consensus building group? Was that their jurisdiction as well, that the scope would be finally approved by them? And tied in with that, this group can amend the scope as necessary. Do we anticipate that that would be minor amendments from the scope that we read here, or that they've got a broad jurisdiction for amendments as they see fit?
I am going to struggle to answer the first question simply because I don't know, and then there might be somebody else that can answer the transport one in terms of the scope. But so the second part, in terms of, I think if one is going to be truly collaborative in the process, we have to leave it open to that group to decide how much more they add to the scope. I doubt that they will take anything out. And I don't think they're going to reduce it. But they probably will identify things that we just have not identified. And it may also be through the process, once it's even commissioned, that they find there are gaps. And I think they should have the right to then plug those gaps. So, yeah, the proposal is that it's left over to them. I did make the note that they clearly need to be aware of the financial constraints. You can't, there is a bit of a balance in that, but it leaves it open to them. They take this draft, they finalise it, and it's their decision, because they have to own it in the end, and so to be able to own it, I have to have a say in what it is. Sorry, I can't answer that first question.
The transport.
Sorry, could you say the transport question again, please?
So the independent advisory group, or consensus building group for the transport options, did they have final approval of their scope, or did that come back to us?
No, we
so,
did.
So I think the answer is no. Actually, Michael Quinn can probably answer it.
So councillors on that, there was 2 phases. So and there was 3 parts. So the mayoral office led the initial work, and then there was the next phase, and this council had control over those phases. And so when the consensus building group was set up, you approved the terms of reference for that group and the scope of its study.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Clough.
I'm just struggling with a couple of aspects of this. So, Jacques, who would be, where would the Secretariat come from to support, especially the consensus working group eventually? I mean, are we, because I would have thought we would be having an outside firm, Pricewaterhouse or something, to keep it tight, totally professional, unbiased, objective. So where are you seeing the Secretariat support? Because I'm assuming it's not the Mayor's office.
So, no, we are looking at providing, so that's included in the budget. So the different support that they will have, apart from the independent chair that will work with both groups, there will have to be a project manager or project director, so somebody that can assist them with a lot of the work. So that would be the main person.
Winder.
But they are also...
Well,
I beg your pardon?
Oh, hang on.
You know.
A type of person like Peter Winder in the IAG, someone would basically be the director, the manager of the project.
I mean to leap in, it's just we're talking about that as an example of what that kind of person could be.
Yeah, so that's what I call the project manager. Then in addition, of course, there would have to be some admin support. And no, I don't think it's appropriate that comes from us. It would be hired in because their job is to support that group. You also notice that there is provision for additional technical advice. And what that is meant to be, so somebody like PwC, for example, I think the study is so broad that organisation like that probably doesn't have all the expertise. It's probably going to have to be a consortium. So people like that would probably tender for the work. They're not appropriate that they also be the project managers. Right. Okay. But what the independent technical advice is, it seemed to me that you're going to have the consortium that does the study. The CWG may not be experts in everything that comes back, and they may actually want additional independent advice on the advice they've been given. So that's what that one is about.
Okay. So I was a little bit disturbed to hear the Mayor just say before that I'm the prime sponsor of this because it's coming from my budget. I mean, the mayoral office and the Mayor, with all due respect, is not the prime sponsor of this. It's the Auckland Development Committee, which effectively, this is a council-driven thing. I would be not happy if it's coming across publicly that it's the Mayor is the prime sponsor. The Mayor didn't want to do the report, and we've had to drag him through fire to get
Point
it
of order.
happen.
Look, this can either be a long or a short discussion. The Mayor was focused on doing this. All right, thank you very much. And secondly, I'm merely, look, if you don't want it to come out of my budget, I'm delighted.
Exactly.
If you don't want it to come out of there, what I've said is to stop any of the debate, and there was no debate at all in the LTP about this. I'm quite happy to put this up as a part of my budget and then try and find some matching funds to support. That's what I've offered. But I will not handle, Madam Chair, anything to do with the fact that there's intransigence or a lack of commitment.
That's right.
This is absolutely the way forward, and it's always going to be the way forward, and it was really around timing. Thank you.
I think the fact that the money's been made available to start the process while we look at if there are alternatives available makes that clear.
Money is appreciated, but the Mayor is not, and the Mayoral Office is not the prime sponsor of this. So then I just want to
Councillor, we will
to
make the decision on the process. I think it's a little bit, you know, it is semantics around the sponsorship issue at the moment. That's where the money's coming from until we find a better option. We're making the decision to proceed with this process. It will come back to the committee for our updating as we proceed.
So the Mayor's Office is the prime financial sponsor. I'm willing to accept that. It's not what was said. Now, I just want definition from Jacques and legal team, because this is a port future study. And what is the definition of the port? Because the way it runs through this, although you've got a qualification there, Jacques, in clause 25, number 25, where it says the study is therefore not restricted to the current port precinct. I would have thought this is a port study. And what is the port? I mean, this is not a Ports of Auckland study, which has therefore got a geographical print, which is then they've got one also over in Onehunga as well, and then you've got the inland port, and you've got actually one in Palmerston North as well. So this is not a Ports of Auckland study, this is a port study. Now when I go to Sydney, you know, you go to the port, I don't know what I define as a port. I mean, what is the definition of our port? Is our port right from the Wynyard Quarter to the Ports of Auckland? That's, in my mind, what the port is. And actually the port is in the Waitemata Harbour, therefore it's part of that, and then it's in the Gulf, which is, we're in the Gulf, and therefore it's part of that. I'm just a little bit unsure, I don't think we're being strong enough through here about it being a greater port study. Because I'm looking at some of the things in the last resolution, final resolution we did, and replace it with, and we put a new clause, and it says, the aspirations of the people of Auckland, the cruise industry aspect of port business. Well, most of the cruises actually don't berth in the Ports of Auckland. They berth at our central ports, and we're looking at actually making a final sort of commitment there.
I'm losing
so I'm just
the
trying
thread
to.
of your conversation. Just to be
Is it
really
a great?
clear.
Is it a port or is it a Ports of Auckland study? Could I just get an answer on that?
And are you asking about the footprint and scope as it relates to on page 51, clause 25. Is that what the bit that you're querying? I'm just trying to simplify it.
If you look at the study scope, under 24, it kind of reads, really, that that's just about all about the ports of Auckland. Then 25 says, for clarity purposes, we then talk, all options need to be considered. Port activities could be reconfigured and therefore also consider the wider impacts on and requirements of the waterfront and its surrounds. For example, the central wharves and cruise. So I just would have thought we'd start with a bigger definition. We don't have to qualify it and clarify because it's in there as part of the port study.
I tried to do that in this paragraph, but I was clearly not very successful. So the idea is that the ports company in the precinct down there is the starting point, but that is only the first part of it. You do have the Onehunga port, which may very well come in as part of the options of how you actually do some of the logistics and then the Wiri port. So it opens it up to the whole thing. It isn't about the ports of Auckland purely down there. It goes much wider. So it is more about the things that come in and go out of the port, and they may not be able to do it in the same way in the future. So what are the alternatives? Those alternatives are completely open.
Yeah, well, I don't know. My understanding around here, there was a number of councillors who were frustrated that we were doing a waterfront Auckland plan, we're doing a central wharf strategy, we've got a ports of Auckland thing, but we're not wrapping it together in one holistic plan. That's what I'm just trying to... I thought this ports future study was looking in a holistic way.
I think that's why I was
That's
just
all I'm just
asking you
trying
to
to get-
clarify, Councillor Clow. That's exactly what it's doing. So there's two parts of this. So number one is actually getting the scope of this established, which expands that footprint out and says exactly what you're asking for. You cannot just look at the minimal port footprint without looking at all of those things. So that is all inclusive. In a parallel fashion, we're looking at bringing back to this this committee, the wider discussion around the wharf strategy, the work of the CCIG, the Central City study, all of those pieces of work, so that we make sure that bits aren't getting ahead of each other. We need to settle this first and get this started. Then we need to reinterrogate all of those other bits of work so that some of them have their own life. They need to fit in and be wrapped around this study as well. So I think we're saying the same thing. You might just not be reading that in 24 or 25, but I'm agreeing utterly. They cannot operate in separate universes.
So last thing therefore, which is on the composition of the group. So we've got Ports of Auckland, which should be involved, totally agree with that. Why would we not have a representative from Waterfront Auckland and a representative from the Central Wharves, whatever CCI group that meet? I would have thought that would be logical, that you would have someone representing all three parts of our waterfront.
Not a separate part.
So paragraph 22 deals with that, and the way that we looked at it was, they are part of the council, and thought that would not be appropriate, them sitting on the consensus group. So what we're saying, it's probably far better. They are going, and I need to note that one of the CCOs that certainly would have a role in this is ATEED, and that was my mistake not putting them in. But what we're saying is it would be far more, it would be a far better proposition if we work with them at an officer level and the project manager of the project to get the information that needs to come from them into the study. But it's not appropriate for them to be on the consensus group and being part of that discussion. That was the approach. So that's why we're saying CCOs, we're saying the same thing with central government. Central government should be involved at an officer level, but not be part of the community discussion out there. So that's the approach that we're taking in this proposal.
Councillor Webster.
Thank you, Jacques. I mean, I made the comment before about producer groups, but I'm just wondering, in your stakeholder groups, these are not exhaustive, are they?
No, not at all. I've already got a whole bunch of extra ones.
I see that you've got, you've got a lot of residents groups and marine users and those sorts of people, but, you know, what's missing, well, I see you've got Maersk there, but I mean, it's interesting that they pulled out of the port and went to Tauranga pretty quickly. I mean, I know they're back now, but maybe New Zealand shippers or somebody like that, and national road carriers, you know, some of those sort of wider users. And probably the sort of elephant in the room, do we need someone from the car industry?
Oh.
Well, I mean, you've got to have community groups, but you know, in the community groups, we've got a very, you know, they're very round the harbour area, but you know, there are other groups, wider groups, that actually the port is very important to them. That's why I mentioned the producer groups, you know, and the wine growers and the, you know, the exporters and people like that, you know, in the wider Auckland area, whose jobs
springs to mind.
Absolutely depend on this. So, okay, great, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Yeah, I once upon a time I would have opposed the study. It's a complete waste of time. However, Ports of Auckland have been so bloody belligerent they deserve it. In terms of what Councillor Clow is saying, there are two aspects to this. One is the corporate entity known as Ports of Auckland, and I think what he is talking about is also the geographical aspect of it. And so, inherited from the Harbour Board through the coastal plan are the port management areas. And I think maybe that would satisfy his concerns if they were included. We need to remember that there is the core port area, but also that Wynyard Wharf, Princess Wharf, Captain Cook and what's left of Marsden are also owned as assets by the Ports of Auckland. The council and the government, of course, owns Queen's Wharf, which is the exception. But even then, Ports of Auckland have the berthing rights to that wharf and have responsibilities to actually maintain underneath that wharf. So perhaps if there was reference to unitary plan or coastal plan, and we know all about how that a little bit complicated, was included, that would satisfy Councillor Clow. As for Waterfront Auckland, well, unfortunately, they're not going to be around, but the point is taken, and maybe that department of the new CCO should be involved. I would be careful about talking that somebody else owns the central wharves. The CCIG, so-called, has been set up to do stuff with them. I haven't been very impressed at all with what they've been doing. It just caused confusion. But the council does need to recognise that it has its own particular stake on the waterfront through the land it owns, inherited from the Harbour Board, and also through Queen's Wharf and other areas like Halsey Wharf and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wood.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, actually, I have got some real concerns about this because, and it's amplified by the fact that Mr Victor now tells us that the budget's going to be over $1 million. And I think, you know, it'll start ringing alarm bells out in our communities when they hear that $1 million, that's what is told just in the report. I would like to see a more detailed budget before I sign myself up to this, because, you know, this has got the potential to blow out, and it's over 2 years. It's a long time. And you look at other projects that we've signed up to, Councillor Lee and would remember Newcore, and, you know, that's one of the projects that's a lot more than $71 million. It's about double that now, and, you know, that's the potential that we have here. So I think that the other thing I would have liked to have seen is other configurations for doing this work. This is one way of doing it. Why couldn't we have a chairman and a group of people that are tasked with the job of doing the work? They could talk to all these stakeholders. We wouldn't have to pay them. Fees of the chairman and the other people, $500,000, millions, but, you know, we talk about millions if they're thousands these days. But, you know, that's a lot of money. So I would like to, before I sign up to this, Madam Chair, I'm not going to support it today. I'd like to see more as to what the actual budget will be and how it's broken down, where it's going to be used. When I hear PricewaterhouseCoopers involved, those kind of companies, that does start the cash registers ringing. And, you know, we haven't got bottomless pit of funds to be putting into these kind of things. So that's that. As far as stakeholders, I think Port of Tauranga and Metroport is a stakeholder which isn't in this list. And Metroport, well, Councillor Lee, Metroport is having a huge effect on international shipping, containerisation through Auckland. And if you listen to the Port of Auckland, they say we end up with all these empty containers. And that is a problem. Tauranga are going to beat up Auckland as much as they can. And they're going to increase the size of their trains that are coming through from Tauranga.
Okay, Councillor, we're just straying a little bit from the point.
Well, it's not. It's all part of it, because Kiwi Rail should be
This is
part
also
of
a commercial world.
Yeah.
Kiwi Rail should be part of this too, because Kiwi Rail, and they're not down on the list as a stakeholder, so, I mean, I don't know if how much we can get to put them on, but I think Metroport should be on it, and Kiwi Rail. I think that Port Pro, the union from down at the ports of Auckland, should be there. They are far more progressive than the Maritime Union, and they were probably the catalyst that broke out the impasse that we had, so they should be down on the list. Yep. And yeah, so there's some things, but I'd like to hear more about when we're going to hear about the breakdown of the budget. Thank you.
Okay. So just, Councillor, thank you. All of these issues have been noted. Just, I don't want to leave the sense hanging out there, as this is a public meeting, that we will allow this to creep financially into millions and millions of millions. That's not what will happen here. We're really clear that the scope will come back to us and we will put limits around the budget. We're in charge of that. So if things creep and creep and creep, councillors, we will be responsible for that. And I don't see a single councillor around the table or the mayor who will let this happen. So this is, I know for some councillors, a very new process, handing to the community, but it's what they've asked for. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I realise that we have to do something here today, but I've got some sympathy with others who've raised the issue around what were the other options and what were the budgets associated with those other options have been. I'm still a little bit unclear in terms of where Jack maybe can answer for me, where the weighting, because so much of the costs, the long-term costs associated with transport, there is just such a direct connection, you know, the levers that we have and what the implications are going to be. And I looked at your page 51 at the bottom on the economic table that you've got there. But in terms of representation and making sure that there is sufficient understanding on these budgetary implications, I just wondered whether that had been sufficiently well thought through. My other concern is, in the history of Auckland, there seems to have been difficulties around fragmentation and confusion and the lack of clarity. And I'm unclear as to where this is going to sit. I mean, earlier today we sent off to the Infrastructure Committee this draft 30-year infrastructure strategy. So where's this body of work going to sit in terms of this work? I realise that this is a compliance-based issue with government's requirements, but, you know, at the end of the day, this is a compliance issue, so where will the port study sit in this study? And it's trying to get that integration right, and I'm a little bit unclear about that. So firstly, on the weighting on the budgetary implications on transport, would Jack please speak to that? And then could I have Dr. Blakely talk to me about where it will fit inside of this infrastructure draft?
So in terms of the scope in transport, it is probably dispersed throughout there. But there certainly is, if you look at the first one in terms of investment needed, it's looking there at, so an example of that investment might be transport, if the result is that the option is something quite different. And that is not just investment for the council, but even investment in terms of government, because a big change would mean big money, and that clearly has to be looked at throughout the study.
Well, I agree. I mean, we had David Warburton sit before us and say the other day, if the port expansion were to go ahead with the cruise industry, what the implications would be on the SMART project that we discussed earlier. You know, that whatever we look at, there will be implications. So it's really important those parties are well represented in terms of any decisions to be taken or recommendations to come back to this committee.
Yep, absolutely. I suppose there are two parts to this. The one part is the input that goes into the study, and we tried really hard to cover that. So it's not even just the costs that need to be looked at in terms of transport, but it's also some of the opportunities that may come from different arrangements and configurations, which they have a different kind of implication. So, but the first part is the input that needs to come into the study. I think the second part is around the decisions, and that is something that then sits with the council. And that is certainly where somebody like Auckland Transport would have a lot of input, again, in terms of what decisions the council may make. But I suppose what we're looking at now is just that first part, which is the input into the study and what that study tells us. That second part, yeah, is still coming. A similar thing with the infrastructure strategy that you're asking. I mean, absolutely. But until this council has made certain decisions that then have those implications, that's when it would then flow into that strategy. Because remember, we'll be redoing that in 3 years again. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that may potentially come out of this whole process that will then have influence all across and might have influence on the new unitary plan, all kinds of things.
No, I appreciate that, and I realise that to do nothing is not an option. You know, we have to do something here. But as Councillor Wood has correctly identified, and irrespective of where the pot of money is coming from, it's still public money that has been used. And if we are looking at those sums, I think we do need to have clarity as we go out to the public on how these funds are going to be used, because they are looking for accountability around that. And do you think, Jack, you have locked that issue of accountability down sufficiently well that that is going to feed into this study in an integrated way?
I don't want to sit here and give you an absolute guarantee because I can't.
And
I would like to think.
I don't think it's probably fair to ask for that ironclad guarantee at the moment.
Okay, let me ask it in a different way. Where has contestability fitted into these recommendations that you're putting to us? I'm not asking you to put your hand on your heart and say this will work. I'm asking you to give me the confidence that there has been sufficient contestability in the process to get to where we are.
Roger.
Jacques, I wonder if it's better to answer that politically, because I think we might need to own that. This hasn't been a process, Councillor, that's been put out with a whole range of options, costing it, and looking at different ways of doing this. The appoint a committee and run it and cost that. However, this is what we've heard very clearly from the wider community, the protest community, the business community and the port users, is that they want an open, transparent process that they will drive. And this is the best advice we have had from a range of people well versed in how to run good community process. We've come up with a good way forward, and this is the place where that will be debated. So we don't have a contestable range of options for you.
So that's a political answer. I'd like the officer answer, because Jacques is here and signed off this report in his capacity, and I note that Stephen's not here, but he's signing off in his capacity as GM Auckland Plan Strategy and Research.
He says he can't.
I'm happy to answer that part of the question. What I'm giving you is, from my professional point of view, the best proposal that I can. I take into account what is happening out there at the moment with regard to the public and the port. And I see a lot of the unhappiness out there. And where I come to then is the only way that people are going to trust anything that comes out in the future in terms of the port is if they own that process. And that is where the open and transparent collaborative process comes in. I did not put any other options in front of you because, to me, I don't see any other option that will actually achieve that for you. That would just, I don't think the public would buy into anything else other than owning this process and having that discussion themselves.
So where then, Roger, if you can just outline where it fits then for this?
So my advice that it fits in the Auckland Development Committee's terms of reference. The issue obviously has implications not just for the port but for the wider issues around Auckland development, economic, social, cultural and environmental, and that's clearly within the terms of reference of the Auckland Development Committee. Could I also just comment on those other questions you asked? So it clearly will need to be included into the infrastructure strategy. Probably the next iteration will be in 3 years' time to go with the next long-term plan. And that then we'll be able to build whatever comes out of the port study into that. Another thing in response to your question is, yes, there has to be very good connections between what's happening in this port study and the various agencies that have an interest. And yes, that will be Kiwi Rail and it will be Auckland Transport and NZTA and Auckland Council. And we will make sure that there is very good connections as this process goes along and that the consensus working group is getting the Office for Advice support that it needs. And the other question about contestability, really just to endorse what Jacques is saying, is really that this is the only process that we could see whereby you're going to get the level of community ownership that you need to get an enduring solution that will go forward into the future, in the same way as we've done in the sea change.
Well done, Roger. You hit the nail exactly on here.
That's exactly it. We took a lot of feedback at the last two meetings, and this is what we've come up with. I've got Councillor Cashmore, Member Taipiri, Councillor Filipaina, and then hopefully we can move to the amendment and then the recommendation. Councillor Cashmore.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, very well done, Jacques. These sort of processes work well because they're collaborative and people feel like they own it. They've got their thoughts and minds in the game. The question I do have, though, is about the critical decision making for the Ports of Auckland Limited, where I recall that they indicated they needed a decision about some definition and some, I guess, progressive action going forward by the 30th of April next year. I recall that quite vivid. It's not, has this been discussed with them at this time frame?
Would it be able to work?
I haven't, no, because in a way it seemed that would be inappropriate for me. I'm aware of the April timeframe, but looking at the process and giving people sufficient time to work through the issues, I honestly, just my opinion, I do not think it can be done by April. I think they're going to need a little bit more time, and so I'm not so sure that it should be wholly driven by something the port needs. This time the the people of Auckland need something, and I think they should be given time to do that.
Well said.
They've got to be able to work.
Yeah, Member Taipiri.
Oh, kia ora, Madam Chair. Jacques, I just want to acknowledge the information provided in the Māori Impact Statement, so thank you very much. And again, a long time overdue. I do remember last term sitting here trying to support resolutions to get on with the stage 2, and finally we're there. Again, I could sit through this and ask you every question about who Māori, which Māori and all that, but I'm not going to, because I think the process needs to evolve as it's set out. And I'm very clear on that. So I think to procrastinate, and I say that word because I've heard it so many times around here about things not being done long ago and the cost it is now to do things. And I say, get on with it. I say, get on with it, get rid of the confusion, get the information out, make it an inclusive process as you have prescribed in your report. And I will give it the fullest support I can to get it to the next stage, to be able to give information to this governing body and be able to make good decisions for the future. So thank you very much.
Councillor Lepaina.
Thank you, Chair. The more that I've listened, the more confused I get. So I've just got two questions of clarification, and then I just want to sort of finish off with some comments. So there was some talk, and I don't know whether it's come from, I think it's Councillor Darby, and it was about council laws on any of our, of the groups that you've mentioned. There's not going to be any, eh? Hey, hallelujah, that's one. Now, thank you for that one, because that's, yeah. The second question was around the funding. Now, I mean, Councillor Clow mentions, you know, that the Auckland Development Committee should come out of the funding, but the D obviously is noting that the project will be funded through the mayoral office budget. So, Chair, the question is more to you, Chair, because your comment was that we will be voting on where this particular budget is coming from. So I'm assuming that if D gets passed, that's exactly where it's coming from. Mm-hmm. So to you, Your Worship, thank you then. Thank you, because I remember the debate we had, the long-term plan around the Rainbow Panel, and the fact that there was a compromise in regards to your budget. I have no doubt at all that the people around this chamber will end up backstabbing you in regards to this money coming out of your mayoral budget. No doubt at all. And I say, look, congratulations and thank you, but that's what I know will happen. And I think, Chair, just to close off, the more that we around this chamber do not listen to or do not take on board what has been written in the Herald, the sooner we'll end up moving this place forward. Thank you, Chair.
I don't understand.
Thank you. Where's the backstory? Right, I think we might.
Madam Chair, can I just?
Do you want
Sorry.
to? Yep.
Yeah. So very briefly, first of all, I want to acknowledge the chamber and the fact that everyone around this table has definitely got a view on this matter. Most of us around this table are actually still relatively new to it. There's some who variously were represented in the old Auckland Council or the ARC, and so they were quite close to this issue. And there were, I think it's probably fair to say, some in the North Shore were relatively close to this issue too. But for those of us either at my level, at the councillors' level, or even at the local board level, who've come into the issue of the extraordinary dynamic around the port, and the stuff inherited from decades, 170 years of angst, of troubles, of difficulties, of people being shut out, people being shut in. It has been, one, interesting, and two, of course, a learning process. And for most of this, I've been at the sharp, pointy end of it. Exactly. And to find myself there as the first super city mayor, who's required to satisfy all the concerns of those variously, either in the media or around this table or in the community, on one issue being told to stay out of the port's business, and the other issue being told to stay in it. It has been a very difficult way to go forward, and so my view has been, and I know it's taken a little while to get here, and I'm prepared to take that on the shoulders too. Sort of otherwise inclined in other stuff at the moment, and variously before, but to finally get here, this was my view, and certainly the purpose of stage 2, to actually get this out of the politics. And so, just very briefly on Councillor Cathy's recommendation, no. I would like to see all of the councils, myself, all of the local boards, all the independent Māori statutory boards sitting around the table with the community, or no one. All right? No one. This is absolutely community-led. And I think that it's really critical that we pay homage to that, and I see no purpose at all in accepting the community board, the local boards, none at all. The fact that it's going to be community-led, I am, to some extent, I've been supportive and have driven this model through as much as I could because of my own political experience and what we saw working so well at the Auckland International Airport when they went through very considerable public engagement and a cultural shift and change in the way in which they manage their business and how they engage with the community, and try to take the community, but also themselves understand how the community is responding to their applications for change. And so, councillors, I think that on this type of issue, where the community has clearly got a real interest and it's varied, this is an opportunity to basically put the ports with the community. And the ports have most definitely got a requirement for a culture shift. And my hope and expectation is that will actually strengthen the way in which the ports do their business, not diminish it, right? So, and over this year, it actually gives us that year to see how that type of engagement is working. So, you know, my hope is that we allow this process to continue. You know, Councillor George, you've got one or two concerns about budgets et al. We're talking a multi-billion-dollar business going forward in the years or decades ahead. And, you know, $1 million budget to get a fairly good data and statistical base to make some good decisions going forward. I don't know whether we ought to hold our vote back on that. Councillor George. So, look, councillors, I think just listening to you around the room and the fact that there's not zillions sitting in that stage, or splashed headlines, or stuff on TV1, but this is the way Auckland's got to do business. Get it done around the table and bring the parties together when we just cannot agree. And this is the beauty of a united city going forward. So, you know, I'm really delighted that we arrived at this point. I hope that majority of us will see our way forward to support this process. And as usual, we'll just work it out, but we'll work it out together.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just, I know we're going to deal with the amendment, but just as
with the permission of the secretary, I'll withdraw it. I've been swayed by the debate. Thank you.
Councillor Casey, that's generous and honourable of you. Thank you. As the chair, you will have my absolute commitment in any way that I can that this process is inclusive, that it's transparent, and that it is as open as it possibly can be. I'm closing the debate, councillor. Well,
I disagree. I agree with that. We elected members, governing body and local board are not stakeholders. We are governors, we are decision makers, we are the representatives of the people, somewhat different from stakeholders, but we need to have a role in it too, but not as stakeholders.
Councillor Lee, I absolutely agree with you. I was just going to finish off my closing as the mover to say that we have a huge amount of trust to rebuild in the process, and the only way to rebuild that trust is to actually trust the stakeholders that we are handing this process to, and I think we can go a long way to rebuilding relationships that have been severely damaged over the last few months. And thank you all for what I think has been a really good discussion on this. I'm going to put those recommendations. All those in favour,
We have a division on.
aye.
We have a division. I think it would be good to show that there's unanimity.
everyone-
Hopefully there is unanimity. I don't really want them broken. I think just as one.
The whole kit and caboodle by division. Right, let's do it.
Worship the Mayor.
Aye.
Councillor Nye.
Aye.
Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Councillor Cashmore.
Aye.
Councillor Clow.
Aye.
Councillor Darby.
4.
Councillor Filipina.
For unity, aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes.
Councillor Crum.
Or
Councillor Lee.
Aye.
Member Ngamane.
Aye.
Councillor Penrose.
Yes.
Councillor Stewart.
Yes.
Member Taipari.
Or.
Councillor John Walker.
Or.
Councillor Wayne Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Watson.
Yep.
Councillor Webster.
Yes.
Councillor Wood.
Yes.
Okay.
Aye.
Goodness
Well done.
gracious me. Historic.
Thank you. It actually, I think this, if we've started it in good faith, it gives an opportunity to actually carry on in good faith. I acknowledge for some of you that might have been a difficult decision, but it's respected hugely. That is carried. What we might do is, because the next part of the item, we've got some brief items to deal with in the confidential section, we might just take a 5-minute break. So I'll move a 5-minute break.
Chair, sorry, just number 17. Do you want to move that one?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
16,
I was
17.
overcome with enthusiasm.
Yeah, no, that was Crispian's fault. I saw him talking to you.
He
Chair.
did. I didn't.
16, 17.
16. I'll move
I'd
those.
like to move.
Yes.
Move. Seconded.
Oh,
It's for
second,
information.
yeah.
All those in favour, please say
Aye.
Against, carried.
And
Councillor Philippiana,
and
you are a
17.
wonder. Thank you.
And 17
And
as well?
17.
Yeah, 17's been done.
Okay. Just both.
Oh, so you want us, so we're dealing with
16 and 17.
Yeah,
and then 17.
just
Jolly
finish
good.
those.
Done.
And we've got extraordinary
Together.
business next.
Yeah. Marvellous.
Just none.
Going
Thank
to
you.
Cool one, Crispian.
confidential.
I saw you, mate. I saw you whisper and
You're
say, yeah, I saw him. It's his fault.
Councillor Filipaina has moved the exclusion of the public,
I'm covering for John.
given that we're
Maybe you.
making decisions of a commercially sensitive nature. I'll second that. Everyone's been listening intently to the recommendation. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you for that.
I'll be here.